Greetings, everybody. Sorry about being a bit late. It was just a very hectic morning. I am glad you're all here. First, let us start with giving respect and a prayer to the ancestors and to the deity who watches over us as Black people. And our prayer is that this will be a productive stream and it will be an informative one. And thank you all for joining and welcome to Swahili Nation. Before we begin, please go ahead and subscribe if you haven't. Please click the like button and support the channel in any way that you can. Like the show, share, and I hope you got to watch the previous broadcast. Mandatezi was here and Mika was here yesterday too. So I hope you caught those two broadcasts. Okay, so we are about to start. Greetings, everybody. I see Clement is here. Thank you, Pastor Ezra, for coming in and standing in for me. And once again, apologies for the delay. We did so well last week. Kagoma Aigle is here. Juliski is here. Hello. Hello, everybody. Okay, so the topic of today is, it starts with the idea of the African family. What is a family? What is traditional marriage in African culture? And the idea of polygamy, where did it come from? So in regard to polygamy, the question is, polygamy is, as you know, it's multiple, having multiple partners, usually wives. I don't think there is a tradition of having multiple husbands. It's always been multiple wives, one or two. And in most African traditions, it seems that it was very prevalent. I've seen it in many places, from East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. So there's a lot of, it was very prevalent in the past. Now, right now, it's not as much, but there's still some places where people continue traditions, where they go hand in hand with their traditions. So the polygamy was, if a man had a choice, he had one wife, the first wife, and usually he would marry. I know some people who married up to 10 wives. I don't think that in African culture there was a rule of how many wives you could marry. Just that, you know, you had, I think the rule was you had to take care of all of them. So the first wife was usually like the most respected, and then the process of choosing a second wife, it was usually either the husband's choice or the wife had a say in it, or she could bring somebody else, but it was usually tried to be a peaceful process. So in modern times, polygamy is obviously not always legal, because marriage right now is defined usually as between one man and one woman. And that is the modern idea of it. Having any more than that, so monogamy is modern. And polygamy was cultural. It's not only in African culture. There are other cultures that practice polygamy, but not to a great extent. I know that I think some people in Asian countries did have multiple wives. They were usually like kings or royalty or something like that. But the most prevalent place where it was practiced is on the continent. So, okay. Hello, Kagoma. You say much love from a Rwanda refugee. Oh, okay. Wow. I don't think polygamy was a thing in East Africa. Where I have come from, we only have one wife. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting, because in some East African countries, I know that they do have multiple wives. Maybe right now, people are not as, they don't practice it as much, but I know that in the past, people did practice it. In fact, I think it's legal in some countries in East Africa. I think it's legal in Kenya. Uganda is very polygamous. Look into that. Uganda, they have a very polygamous culture, and even up to now, they still practice polygamy. So That might have changed, maybe in Rwanda it's different, but I know that in the other African countries, they do practice it. So what are the benefits or the disadvantages of polygamy? Well, the first one, obviously, it would be the first objection from a woman, because it sounds like it's almost like legalized cheating, like the man is allowed to just have as many wives as he can, and the women are forced to share. But one of the reasons why some people might see an advantage in it, maybe having, extra hands, maybe having more people in the household to help with the tasks, having many wives to take care of their different households. So, it does depend on the circumstances. Some people did practice sort of joint polygamy, where the whole family, like everybody has their own houses, but they live together in one compound. So the wives had their single houses and they lived in the houses, but when it came time to eat or to do family things, they would come together and they would eat as a family and so on. Some people had completely separate households and compounds, where each woman had her own she had her own compound, she had her own life, had her own rules and everything, and they barely had any contact. So there were different modes of practicing polygamy. Some women got along and they would all live together, and some women, like I said, they all had separate lives. It was also they also had to come together to decide, how to take care of things, how to manage the households, how to share, the husband, so to speak. So everybody had to have certain days, and then also the man was the provider. So when he came, let's say he brought, meat or something, it was his responsibility to apportion it to all the members of the household. So that was one of the ways that it was practiced. Now, when I read into a bit of it, one of the main reasons why they practiced polygamy was for the man. Let's start with the man. Was for the perpetuation of children. We have to remember that this is not just some sort of harem where people are just, going crazy and doing all that. It was actually because in the past, the definition of wealth, a wealthy man was somebody who had lots of cattle, lots of children, and the best way to have lots of children is to have a lot of wives. So I don't know how many. I'll try to play a bit of a few videos today if I can. But if not, one of the reasons, I don't know how many of you have read Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart. So Things Fall Apart is a story. I read it a long time ago, so forgive me if I don't remember all the details, but it was about the story of Okonkwo. And Okonkwo was this man in, what is Nigeria now, but it's at the time when the first Europeans were coming to West Africa. So he had lived in the village. He was a very hardworking man. And he had 3 wives. So also examining the polygamy in that novel. So Okonkwo had 3 wives, and his father was lazy. His father was a very easygoing sort of fellow, and he didn't really leave much to his son. And then Okonkwo was a very hardworking man. He had a large field. He grew crops. He was wealthy by community standards. And his son, I think he's called Kisu. I can't remember his son's name, but his son was the opposite of him. His son was more of the singing, culture, arts, sort of person, cultural. And Okonkwo really had a problem with him. But in the book, there was a scene. There was one of the times, it was a festival, like a week-long sacred festival or a sacred time. And during that time, you were not allowed to beat your wife. And Okonkwo did that during that time, and he was reprimanded by the village elders. So in that book, and this is part of re-examining the series, what were some of the things that was good for us as a people, as a family, as a community, and what were some of the things that we need to leave in the past? So today we're looking at the question of polygamy. Is that something that we should hold on to? Is it something that was good and is good for the African family and community? Or is it something that was detrimental and we should leave behind? So in terms of that, feel free to chime in, feel free to give your opinions, because we're trying to build the legacy and to continue what our ancestors did. And so it's not to say that everything they did was right or everything they did was wrong. It's just to say what is important and what is maybe not as relevant for now. So the main thing for for marriage, let's look at marriage first. Marriage is a union between a man and a woman, and the purpose of it is to produce children and to take care of the children and to raise them. So a man and a woman. So the process of marriage, and we'll talk about marriage another time. It was a very long process and involved both families talking, coming together, bride price and all that. But after marriage, then the children were expected to be, born and raised. And one woman can only bear a child maybe, or not maybe, obviously, once a year, or maybe multiple if she has twins, but obviously she's limited in the time and what she can do. So in regards to that, the men would take multiple wives, and that would double, your offspring, so to speak. You can have different women, bearing children and taking care of them together and so on. So obviously having more wives than one will multiply your chance of having more children. And then on the other hand, it also gives you a bigger pool of labor, because children do work once they get older, and then the older ones who are able to take care of the younger ones. In fact, a lot of children are almost like co-parents in a way, because when they grew up, the older they grew, they would become almost like the parents of the younger children. So children and parents were they were, working together. And the main form of work was farm work, taking care of the house and household duties, things like that. So having more children was always an advantage. And so for the woman, what would be the advantage of being in a polygamous relationship? Obviously, most women don't, dream of that. They don't go out looking to be a co-wife. But one of the reasons why I think it was a benefit for the women as well was because when you live, the jealousy will be there. The jealousy and competition will be there amongst women. I think that's to be expected. But in many of the cases, the women actually worked together. They took care of the children together. And when women, let's say a woman is nursing a young child, she doesn't have time to, do everything around the house, maybe do everything for the husband and so on. So sometimes, it was actually the woman who would go and get another wife for her husband. So he could be, he could still be okay while she's taking care of what she needs to take care of, or while she's indisposed, let's say with pregnancy, or taking care of a young child, or even for herself. Sometimes she could be away for a while, or she could be working somewhere, and she wants somebody to take care of the child. And that would be wonderful if she had a good relationship with her co-wife. So for the women, it was also, in the ideal form, it was a cooperative sort of arrangement where the women helped each other, they worked together, they cooked together, they took care of each other's children. In fact, many of the children would call the other mothers like their little mothers or the other mothers. So the respect was there. And another thing that, speaking of respect, another thing that was also important in the polygamous system was the idea of hierarchy. So while every wife was respected, the first wife was always sort of the head wife. She was the respected one. Everybody gave her the respect as the first one. So she got that, and so on with the second. Sometimes there was a favorite one, usually the youngest wife or the most beautiful or something like that. But favoritism was not a good idea, not just because of the women fighting, but because it wouldn't be good for the children. In one of the cultures where they practiced it, it would the man would apportion the food or the provisions in terms of how many children the woman had. So if you had 3 children, you'd get maybe 3 times the portion of somebody who had 1 child, so on. So there were rules. There were a lot of rules. This is what people should also understand. There was a lot of rules to polygamy. It wasn't just a free for all. Everybody, do what they like. Oh, hello, Sam. Oh, good. Always reliable. Good to see you. Good to see you. Today is the day. Today is the day when you finally reveal yourself.
You see that, right? Good morning, good afternoon. And as well, we have the good evening part. Don't forget our East Africa.
Yes.
I know this is a very touchy subject, and it's been practiced for thousands of years.
Yes.
It's nothing new. And then we have the religious part that interject, but at the same time, the creator himself said, go and populate this earth. So there was a green light somewhere. The green light got, kind of been intercepted. But for everything, it has a reason, especially when it came to polygamy. And one of the things is also, remember at the beginning, there were more women than men. And that ratio, even now, you'll see a lot more women than men that are available. Imagine when they first started it, you got about 4, 5, 6 women and per 1 man, and it's like you cannot ignore the rest of the fact that it's in creation itself to populate, and where it started, the history where the polygamy was. And now we just got civilized, and then now we start counting how many children we want to bring into the world. You know what I mean? Because of different exposure. But yeah, this is a very. It's so funny. I'm so glad this program landed on you, Tanzan, because I mean because you really described it on the point. What it is for Africa now, having a polygamy, and how the wealth is distributed. It's part of the economy when you look at it also, because even in Africa, the same thing apply. There's more women than men's available. And when you get awards, you got all the men that's going to go. So you got the youngest one now that's left behind. So there's a lot of, it gets, it's simple to understand it, but complicated to understand for the one that lives in a society where polygamy is not practiced. Even in the West, if you look at the Idaho area, I mean, Salt Lake City and all that, because of certain religious sect, they will be practicing polygamy as it is from just in the base of population. And so when I say my question and our question is, shall we keep practicing polygamy? For me, it's from my understanding is that if you go in the Islam religion, will tell you can get married up to 4 wives. I don't know the exact number, but you have to equally love them. And one thing that I would say is if a man have different children from different wives, it has the same interaction because of the children itself. It has the same interaction and love and care across, because he is busy doing everything he can possibly to provide for that family. So his interaction will be based on the children also, that embrace him as really the father of that household. And when you talk about the hierarchy, about the first wife and going all the way trickling down to the youngest wife, really is a point. Let's say if there are 4 wives in the household, all 3 wives will scramble to make sure that she is loved and cared for, and they will guide her through different understanding and process of the household, because she'll be one that comes in with no children. So she's the one that's going to be expected to have children. So they kind of collaborate. It's amazing. There are so many stories out there how they collaborate. It's not a male female issue, but the collaboration of that family, that household, how they work this big family that's getting created, and they will have children after children. They share so many things in common, but the youngest one is always afraid, not to step on the oldest one toes. So they also give her the guide to integrate. So it's an amazing when it comes to polygamy, and it's been known even in the oldest history. When you look at from King David, King Solomon, how many wives they had, 99 for King David, and then you have 1,000 for King Solomon. And within all that aspect of it, it's just now having fewer wives as you progress, because it's what you can afford. Because if you cannot afford those, you gotta afford to have whatever the number of wife that you're gonna have, because each will have his own household, and they equally divided. And the more children you have, that whole household is growing. And at the same time, now that you have the economy, the way they're going to share that, and the more children you have, so the wealth also will grow along with it, because now you have more children that can afford taking care of 5 more cows, the milking part, the farming part, all that now is going to increase exponentially. As I said, whenever you have a child coming into your house, it comes with his own blessing. And always that means the family is gonna grow and on the need to feed that child, because that's the way the Creator created us. You provide. As long as you put your faith into it, He will provide. And that's how most of the polygamy in Africa works. It's not what they call perverted, put it that way.
The harem, with everybody just, free for all sort of thing. No, it was actually very restricted. There was actually very many rules to it, even to marriage. There was very many rules, you couldn't do this. And most of the time it's the women who made a lot of, especially the sharing rules, when the man was supposed to be here or there and so on. There was a case in Nigeria recently, actually, where a man with 6 wives, I don't know if it's legal or not, because sometimes people also just practice things, not legally, but informally. We also have traditions that still, are practiced in modern. So his wives took him to court because apparently he was not doing his job as a husband. So it's not as easy as, let's still look at it from a man's point of view, firstly. When you explain to a man, that sounds like heaven, I can have, serve as many women as I want, and a man would just jump at the chance. But, upon further consideration, not every man can handle 2 women, or even, well, some man can't even handle 1. So, you better be careful before you jump into it. But so for a man, and that's more responsibility, more women, more responsibility, more children, more responsibility. So it's not something that somebody would just go into it for selfish reasons. You have to really put a lot of thought into it if you're a man who is going to, become polygamous. So the first thing is that it takes a lot of responsibility. It takes a lot of commitment. The other thing is this: for a man, if one woman takes all the women, not all the women, but a few men take a lot of the women, who is going to be left over for the rest of them? So I think that would be one concern for the men if polygamy, because the current ratio of men to women is it's almost 50-50, right? I mean, I know that in some places it skews up or down depending on, you know, the circumstances, and in some places, I know China and India, they have a higher ratio of men to women, but I think it's not more than 60-40. And in some places, especially during war, or, you know, here in America, there's skewed imprisonment, there's incarceration, which takes a lot of young men from their homes. There's, you know, violence, war. All those things could change the ratio of men and women, and that also factors in. But that is usually not too much of a issue, because most of the time it's only a few men who do practice it, and also the numbers usually are skewed towards the women. There are usually more women in general than men, so that's not a concern that, oh, if everybody becomes polygamous, there'll be no women. No, actually, most African traditions, there was polygamy, but most men were actually monogamous. So, you know, there is tradition, and there's culture and tradition, but there's also what everybody does and what, you know, a few people do. So what we're asking is just, is it viable for those people who feel that they are able to you know, to engage in it? Let me read the questions a bit. Okay. Oh, hello, Marie Antoinette. Oh, good. Now we have the comment twins in the in the section. Good. So we have oh, Sam is backing out. Can you believe it? He is backing out. Yenatan says he's here for the Sam reveal, and Sam says today is not the reveal. So, oh man, you have disappointed too many people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we came here for Sam, not even for the topic. We came here to hear Sam. So
you know, that's, I think polygamy is a kind of a taboo. Like, you know, people want to, especially when you are exposed to a lot of things, it becomes something that you don't want to discuss. So I was at one point a discussion. I always put my word in One Africa is to protect your sisters, women in general. The males have the responsibility to protect their own women, our African women, in general. You know, because women are blessed to begin with, because they have the ability to reproduce. We men get most of the blessing, you know, when we are really producing and becoming part of this ecosystem, put it that way. And the polygamy that's been always adverse is like, if it is what you're going to be involved, you're going to have to go through the regulations, put it that way. You have to really follow through to be the wealth and love distributed equally. So a lot of men have an issue when it comes to the polygamy in today's world as we speak about it right now. But if you really go down to the places that practice polygamy, you won't miss anything. You know, they have their own romantic time, they got their own intimacy time, and they share this with no problem. Again, it's just how it's been handled in the community. If everybody accepts it, and you want to be monogamous, and you're gonna see the way things goes in that community, that you'll be the last one when it comes in the chain of wealth and taking care of families, because you only take care of one. And at the same time, that probably just the way that we talk about being monogamous, they look at you, what's wrong with this guy? You know, you know, they say it goes it goes both way, you know.
Yeah, but the good thing with polygamy is this, that it also allows for monogamy. Polygamy just means multiple wives. So even if you have one, you're still okay. You just have, maybe you haven't gotten the next one, but you're still okay. You're still in the running. Or you could just have your one forever. So polygamy allows for monogamy if, that's your choice. But monogamy does not allow for polygamy. With monogamy, it's one and that's it. So, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about it, because it's an alternative. It's not going to replace, it's not going to be, you have to have two or else, I think it's an option. So that's what we're exploring. Is it an option that we should continue to explore and practice, or is it something that we should absolutely, decry? And, one of one of the objections against it was the idea that, for men, that one man is going to take all the women. If you allow, for example, most women are only attracted to maybe want, the richest, the handsome men and all of these things. So all of them will flood to one person and there'll be no women, left for the other people. But that doesn't, that will happen. Some men will attract more than their share of women, but I think that in the end, everybody will get theirs. Because, and the reason why we discuss it now is we're looking at the state of modern families, modern marriage, and I think we can all say that things are not as they should be. Our families are not as strong, as a group, as an African, our families are not as strong. Sometimes due to death, there could be death of one parent. Sometimes it could be divorce. Sometimes it could be displacement. We have a lot of things that are against the family right now. Sometimes it's the culture. People grew up in a culture that maybe does not promote marriage as much. People grew up in a culture where things are just casual, or people don't value even the idea of marriage and family as much. So polygamy is that a viable option for promoting marriage and community? So that's the question we're asking. And Kagoma says, in my country, Rwanda, war has killed so many men that when these women, 1 man for 7 million. Wow, 1 for 7. Okay. That's a man's paradise right there. Okay. And Yenatan says, the question is, why not? Greasy Twins says, people are too possessive these days. It's definitely not for everyone. I can understand that. Kagoma says, I don't think I can love 2 women equally. That's impossible. Okay, that's a good point. Sam says, I don't think polygamy is good. We can learn better how to love your wife, husband, plus polygamy sounds really unfair for women. Also for men that can't get some, it seems like such a big mess. Kagoma says, Sam, I agree with you. I think China, Sam says, I think China, India is because they used to kill or abort their female children as they thought they were not economically valuable. I might be mistaken though. Yeah, that could be, that's a good point.
Yeah, and China is in trouble right now for her growth because they aborted most of the females.
Did they stop that one-child policy?
No, I don't think so. Not anymore. Because right now they look at they reviewed that, they said, "Oh my God, we're getting hurt on that one." So that has some changes that have been made, and I don't follow through, but they learned the hard way by just the fact the government that really goes for abortion is just incredible,
Yeah.
It's just, we're not toys, we are created to be born and explore the world the way he designed it. But again, they thought they're going to have population control. Mm-hmm. And that population control it has an adverse effect on the future. And right now, there was one article that I just read about it, that now they really are in trouble when it comes to the population, because that number is going to dwindle down, and to recover that, they've been practicing that about 10 to 15 years now. Mm-hmm. And imagine you got that 15 years compounded loss. So it has a problem. Sam is a good point. Yes,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate the way they look at it. Instead of having whatever the ratio is, 1 to 7 girls in a locality, it's still a blessing. You should not rule out. Say, I'm going to control that. So that's when they get us in trouble, when we start controlling the free will. Let's say, when you start controlling that, then we have a problem. The other thing is, as long the community understand their way of life, and they all agree, for somebody that's monogamous going in there and trying to preach to be monogamous, you'd be like out of luck. What are you gonna bring? The first thing is, what are you gonna bring that can change and make this thing better? When you look at it, you have to have all the tools really to change those minds. And now, are you going to tell the wife to be? It's a natural thing, when a woman is with a man, she wants that man for life. Now she's going to be sharing the man with another wife. It might be a little question, a little bit, but guess what? She will have a little bit of space. Some space given, and yes, she's going to be with her children and all that, but she will have some space of, for her own mental condition. You know what I mean? Yes. At the same time, they know he'll be coming, because not only for just a wife, but from another story that I heard, he always get advice from the first wife. So that's why the first wife is always on top of the list, because he needs her to accommodate the next wives, and sometimes she will give him also the advice on what's going on in his community. So it's complicated that you might think, but at the same time, when the community and the way of life dictate that they're happy with it. In fact, when you get the first wife, they're going to say, when are you going to get married, the next one? Because the first wife have just delivered a baby. And there's an ask, and it takes a lot. Economically, he has to be financially fit in order to take another wife. Mm-hmm. It's not something that he's just going to go in now, I'm going to marry her, I'm going to marry her. It's not. It always has something to do with also the finances, his wealth dictate that how many wives he can have.
Yes. And another reason why people are starting to explore polygamy again, especially now, is the ideal, and it would be great if people could have, the family, man, woman, child, and so on, and that would be great. I think the difference is that the reality right now is that people are having a lot of, let's say, they're stepping out of their marriage, they're having children out of wedlock, and this has been happening not just with the men, but with the women. There was this, I wanted to share this, but I'll see if I can share it. But there's a lady from Zimbabwe who was talking about how in Zimbabwe, they estimate that 1 out of 3 children are being raised by a man who is not their father. So it seems the women are stepping out as well as the men. And I know that one of the reasons why polygamy was instituted was that every child was to be legitimized. There was not going to be, mistresses and side wives and these, things that happen in the dark and so on. So if you wanted to have a child, the child was going to be recognized. There was no illegitimate child, because there's no such thing as illegitimate life. So every child that was born of a mother and a father would have a mother and a father, and that's one of the reasons why they do that. And another thing that has been happening is that that the men would go and then they would have secret children, or they would have another family, and then the wife would find out later. And this happens, you know, sometimes, especially on the continent, it happens from time to time. You know, the wife finds out. Sometimes she only finds out, you know, at the funeral. You know, when the man dies, suddenly all these women. You know, half brothers you didn't know you had, and suddenly they're coming out of the woodworks. So it was okay. This was in. When you look at the nature of men versus women, or even the biology of a man and a woman, a man can have many children at the same time. A woman can only have one at a time. So the reason why, you know, so now instead of having them different places, you know, just spreading his seed everywhere, they said, no, if that is the case, let us bring all of them into the compound and become one community. So, you know, that was one of the reasons for it. But in terms of, you know, multiplying the children, I can, when the world was not so a billion people, 7 billion people strong, it was a wonderful thing to go and to increase the numbers. But I can see why a country like China maybe would want to reduce the population and so on. So the idea of just having a lot of children might not be so practical now that children are more expensive and less labor intensive. But the original idea for it was to protect every child, to have every child, you know, protected and be part of a family, and not, you know, just aside, like cast aside because of mistakes that their parents may have made. So, you know, that was one of the reasons. Do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, and you don't want to be surprised when on the funeral when he said you have all these children showing up, and kind of and then it comes to a point that claims that comes in, you know, hey, that was my father, you know, I should be part of the wealth distribution. It gets complicated. Yes. But in that community polygamy, we might have some exceptions like that, but not as much as you can see other way. You know what I mean? It's not going to be easy being with the same community and trying to pull things like that. You know, you might as well legally get married and get this thing done.
Mm-hmm. And this is a time to re-examine marriage. Also, the difference between the idea of family in Western versus in African culture. Western culture is very, very focused on the nuclear family. For them, the nuclear family, you know, it's almost the whole definition, just the mother, father, and children. But we know that in Africa, it was cousins, it was, you know, your uncles, the children of yours, you know, the relations went so far back that sometimes you just know you're related to somebody, but you don't even know how you're related. You know that you share a grandfather, and that's pretty much it, but you know that you're still related. So for us, the idea of family was far reaching than just the idea of a limited nuclear family. So in that respect, also polygamy also extends the idea of family. So it's not just your immediate, it's also, you know, your half brothers and so on. It's people who are living in the same compound as you. So that was also one of the reasons to build that community aspect of it, so that everybody is taking care of everybody else. And especially now that we are starting to re-examine, even in Western culture, for the longest time, in nearly every human culture, we have always defined marriage as a man and a woman. And even, you know, that definition is starting to be challenged in a lot of Western society. So if we can have, you know, if people are changing that, we should also look at other aspects of marriage, especially the sexual, the normal, and, you know, those side things that happen. I'm talking about normal. So if we talk about a normal man and a woman, then let us look at the reality of it. And the reality of it, the ideal is, you know, a man, woman, child. That is the ideal. But the reality of it is that at this time, I can't say that the morality has gone down, but the consequences of immorality are very low. You know, there's a very casual atmosphere about life, about, even children, even bringing children into the world. Some people just bring a child and, it's an accident, or it wasn't planned for, or things like that. So even with the idea of children, we have to look at what is the purpose of having children. What is the purpose of getting together with somebody, to have children, and how are you going to raise that child? So, this is the most important thing, is the taking care of the children. It's not so much the man and the woman is important too, but the children are the most important thing in this equation. You're saying children are now less labor intensive. Elaborate, please. Oh, yes, for sure. Okay, so in the past, that if you have a family, you're a man, you're a woman, you have a family, you have probably a big compound, you have you're growing crops, you have to go take care of the crops every day, dig, weed, all that farm work. So you needed a lot of hands to do that much work. But nowadays, most work is, sitting down. It's easy work. It's not hard. Work is not as hard as it used to be. So you don't need 20 children to work one farm. In fact, children now are more expensive than they are before, because in the past, children used to almost work for their living. You have children, they work, they take care of each other. Like I said, the older children would take care of the younger ones. So the responsibility for the parents would actually, become easier as time goes by. Oh, I'm sorry. We had a biggie here for a second. I wanted to welcome in. But now children don't work as hard. So you don't really need as many children to work the farm, to till the land, to take care of the children and so on. So that's what it means, that they're now less labor intensive. You don't need as many children to work your farm as you needed before. And then Kagoma Agle asks, is Ethiopia a monogamous society? Suleiman Hussein says, we are proud to be Africans, but our culture, tradition, and wealth was stolen by America. God bless Africa, indeed. Yenatan says, why is it a taboo? It's a law in Western culture that you can't have more than one wife, but why is that to begin with? I think they're still following. Most places it is just one wife. I don't think, the only people I know who are in the West who practice polygamy, but theirs is a very strange kind of one, is the Mormons. I'm sure you heard of them. They do practice polygamy in their own way, but it's not legally recognized by the government. They practice it informally, just like some people in some African countries. You have your wife, but she's not, legally your wife. But so the practice is there, but it might not be backed by the law. So Kagoma says, I grew up watching my father loving tenderly my mother. I told myself I'm going to do as my father, love and cherish one woman. That's beautiful. Well, and then Simple Slim Recipe says, first wife happy and prepared the wedding. I don't see wrong. Okay, that's good. That's good. Sam agrees with Kagoma. And yeah, so that was the entire thing. It was not to say that once you have one wife, you have to have multiple ones. It was just to say that once you had one wife, you had the option to have another one. And that was usually, now, the first thing that people would say is that it's unfair for the woman, for a woman to have children. I mean, to have a co-wife. Or polygamy is unfair to the woman. Why does she have to share her husband, and her husband has to gets to ride almost free? But I have listened to. I wish I could play them. Maybe on the next one we can play a few videos. But I have listened to a few women speak on polygamy, and modern women too. Modern women speaking on polygamy. And one of the main reasons why they say, the ones who are for it, not all of them, and a very small minority of women are for polygamy, because the nature of women is very possessive. As men, we're all possessive as human beings, but women in particular. But jealousy is something that is very ingrained in every woman. If she sees another woman with something that she wants, she'll feel, that she'll feel slighted in some way. So jealousy, competition, envy, just those are the things that may be disadvantages or reasons why a woman might not want to be in a polygamous relationship. And the whole idea of having to share somebody that you love is not very appealing for most, which I definitely understand. The other thing is, can you really love two people at the same time? Is that possible? It doesn't seem that it is. It doesn't seem that you could, if you love somebody, your heart belongs to them. But in reality, and that's usually the case, but in reality, we have seen that sometimes people, you know, that's why there are things called love triangles. That's why there's things called, you know, cheating, affairs, all those sorts of things. Maybe not love. Let me say that. Maybe not love. Some people may love one person, but, you know, they're still lustful in a way, or they still want something that somebody else might not have. So I don't know about love, but when it comes to marriage, marriage definitely is about love. But it's not just about love. Love may be the beginning of it, but the overarching aspect of it, I would think, would be taking care of each other, community. If you love, let's say you love a man, or a man loves a woman, they agree that they'll go. Firstly, you move in together, and then finances. How are we going to pay for our life together? How are we going to keep the household clean, and so on? So it's more than just about love. It's about when love comes, and then you become practical. Okay, how are we going to do this thing? So one of the practical reasons for polygamy is just, for marriage, let's start with marriage, is just two people are better than one. You know, a man and a woman are better together than each individually. So we agree on that. So two are better than one. Now, what about a third? That becomes interesting, because a third person can either, you know, destroy the two, or, you know, make them better. And most of the time, people are afraid of the former, that somebody comes in and then they're going to take, you know, but this is the reason why maybe polygamy, in a way, let me speak to the ladies now. If you have to worry about keeping tabs on somebody, versus if you can just see what he's doing and know exactly what he's doing, you know, everybody would, some people would prefer one and some people would prefer another. But polygamy is some people would call it legalized cheating. Those who don't like it, they look at it as, oh, well, the guy is just allowed to go pick anybody he wants and flaunt it in your face. But this is the difference between the legalized cheating, because when you're cheating, you have to do it in secret. You know, you have to, and the consequences for the secrecy sometimes are far worse. Now, with the public, let's say the public cheating, it is recognized. Both of you are recognized as, you know, as the wives. Both of you have access. Both of you have that legitimacy. If you're the first wife, you have that respect of you know, of being there first. But everybody gets what is due to them. Now, it's not recommended to be secretive, to be dishonest, to be all this. In fact, there's a program in South Africa right now where it's a reality show, where men who are married, they already have their first wife and they're seeking a second wife. Or what happens nowadays in the modern African places is that men just, if they're married, they just go find another wife, or they don't tell another woman that they're married, and then they start another family. And once the family is already started, then they introduce the second wife to the first one, neither of them knowing that there was another woman in the picture. There are people who have had families, secret families, for 10, 15 years, and nobody knows it until, you know, sometimes until they die, and sometimes, you know, they disclose it later. But one of the reasons why they do that is because it's not right now acceptable. It's something that is not, it's not legal in some countries. It's not socially acceptable. So most people feel that they have to do it in secret. So that's one of the reasons. Another reason why a woman might want to be in a polygamous relationship is because once the jealousy, competition, selfishness, all that, once you get over that, then you can work cooperatively. Women can be competitive and they can be jealous, but they can also be cooperative. They can also work together. And that is one of the reasons why, for some cases, the woman, the first wife, would actually be the one to get another woman for her husband. Usually somebody that she knew. Some people would even get their relatives. Some people would even get sisters. If you recall in the Bible, you know, there was Leah and Rachel. Jacob married two sisters. So it did happen, not just in African society, but it did happen that the women who got along, they would raise their daughters. And also, you know, even when it comes to the idea of death, if you as a woman, you have children and something were to happen to you, who would raise your children? You know, your husband might remarry and then you'd have somebody else there. But if you already knew or had a relationship with another woman who knew your children, who had raised them from when they were small and so on. So this was also another way of people picking up their responsibility for each other. Yenatan says, I think there is a proxy polygamy in all society due to cheating husbands and wife. It's just not formal polygamy. And there's a lot of scandalous goings-ons in the world right now, and people have just been, you know, running rampant. So polygamy realizes or acknowledges the reality of human beings, that human beings are not perfect. And men, not that men are not capable of fidelity. I'm sure there are a lot of faithful men, but there are some men who, even if they have the best wife ever, she's just, you know, number one on everything, they will still want another woman. And, you know, it's, maybe men can make me understand that, but yeah, you can have a man whose wife is just, you know, and you still have him, you know, stepping out, and sometimes just the opposite, you know, like Bill Clinton. You know, Hillary was there, she's intelligent, she's not bad on the eyes, he had everything he wanted, but he still wanted more. So, you know, there's that reality to compound with, and so that's just how it is. And then when it comes to biology, and this is the difference too, because the main focus was for children. The more children you had, the better off you are, both as a man and as a woman. So when it comes to children, a woman is disposed 9 months, maybe the last 3 of those months, she needs help, especially another woman to help her with things. She needs help moving around, and when the baby comes, she'll be taking care of the baby, not so much, you know, taking care of the man. So that was one of the reasons why, you know, the women would do that, just to have somebody take that responsibility off for them while they're taking care of the children, for example. So it wasn't always just, you know, you want somebody with you all the time. Sometimes you can have, you know, somebody else take care of them while you're taking care of something else. Or another thing that was beneficial to women, the young women, the young wives who are coming afterwards, they might not have all the experience, you know, raising children. So the older women will actually teach them how to raise the babies, how to take care of the children, and they would actually help each other a lot. So when it was done right, it was more of a cooperative arrangement. When it was not good, it was jealousy and competition and all those negative emotions. Biggie?
Yes. There is a question from Jonathan when he told them children are now less labor intensive. He said he wants you to elaborate on that.
Yes, I think I did. I was saying that in the past, children used to do a lot of farm labor. When you had children, they would work on the farm, they would help out in the house, they would work, you know, weeding, pruning, harvesting, all that. So the more children you had, the more, you know, free labor. So in a way, you had, yeah. But nowadays, when you have children, in fact, you put more labor into them. You know, you have to take care of them. You have to make sure that, you know, they have the gadgets to keep them happy. You have to make sure that, you know, they go to school, they do all these things. So they don't really, maybe they work a little bit, you know, do a few chores in the house and so on. But your livelihood is not dependent on their labor. Yes. And they work a lot less than than even we did, you know.
Everybody goes through the course.
Yes. So children are not expected to fetch water or firewood. Maybe in the countryside there are still children who do that, but nowadays you don't need children to work as much as they used to. Maybe just to do a few chores around the house, but nothing too labor intensive. And even grazing cattle, that was done by children. Boys, from the age of I don't know, maybe 8 to 12. They used to go out grazing the cattle and, even milking, all those things. Yeah, children used to work a lot harder than they do now. Interesting enough. Yeah. So that's why China also grew a lot before the whole communism thing, but they also work a lot in the rice fields. They are very agricultural society. They're becoming more industrialized now, but they were very agricultural. Same with, so they needed a lot of hands to work the fields, and the more children you had, the better off you are. And that was maybe one of the reasons why Europeans went on this quest for slaves, because they were really not having as many children as Africans. Even now African women are still the most fertile women with the highest birth rate in the world. I think Nigeria has maybe 5 to Sweden's 1.2, something like that. So we've always, African women have always led in fertility, and it was wonderful. Africa is a big place, so there's need for a lot of hands. We're never going to have a lack of labor. But so that's what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
And a question, you see, we got to differentiate the polygamy from the concubines.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So most of the cities and throughout the world, still that practice is ongoing. Okay.
Yes.
And it's also, unless there's a slip, it's birth controlled. It's just the Japanese had their geishas. Still entertaining. I don't know who's the last geisha, but I'm pretty sure they're still practicing it. And in fact, the wife is aware of the geisha, and she will give her all the necessary tools and food that her husband eats. I mean, it's a topic even beyond just the polygamy and concubine don't go along. The same thing, a cheating husband or a cheating wife, it doesn't matter whoever. Basically, you're doing something. When the minute that you put cheating, it's already it's not acceptable for the general populace. You see what I mean? Because there's a cheating part. Because if it is monogamous and you have such activities, it can be having an affair, right? And then what we call it at the same time, there are people that are married and have concubines, and this get practiced still in Africa. Okay, even though we got polygamy and all that, the availability, but still there's such things, deceiving practices that still go on. And now, when you look back, where does it go? Is that the male that's going to be in the trouble form, or the majority? I would say the males are the one that's doing it, but the female is going to be the one that's going to be hurt. But in the polygamous relation, I feel like it's pretty much secured that the man is not going to go nowhere, but he's probably going to get married and bring the one that he liked into the community. So I think the discussion on how we look into monogamy, which is practiced throughout the world and everything the world is trying to do, which I call it for me population control anyway. Whenever it's fit, okay, one day will come, oh, you know what, we're underpopulated. we want all the male to get married with as many wives as they can. You never know. You know, it become like some benefit to promote certain things. But again, I have some experiences. People that are new, that they had their wife in the city, and they have another wife in the countryside.
Oh, that is so common. That's such an African thing.
especially, I don't want to put it on a specific group, but
no.
But again, in general, I can put it merchant. Okay.
Yes.
The merchant that travel throughout all these little cities and everything else. That's when on a funeral, that's when you see all these things showing up, because you have no idea.
You're traveling from place to place.
so you feel I knew a person that had 4 children out of wedlock, but at the same time is wedded on that little city. I mean, outside the main city, on the countryside, is known as the husband for this wife. Okay, and I don't understand how this whole phenomenon, because wedding is kind of it's a process, and to go through that and have 4 children, and one of the things before he died, he confessed. He confessed to his first wife that he had 4 children, and not to be surprised. And he brought him in and introduced her with the children and the wife. The amazing part was his first wife. She said, "Oh, the more we are, the merrier," and she embraced the children.
Oh, wow! Interesting.
And she was looking at the women, and she was as well surprised that he has a first wife. She thought she was the only wife. So it was a situation,
yes.
Lucky him, he blurted out before he died. There was no surprise at his funeral. That was the only person that I know. He was not surprised. Okay. Nobody was surprised in the family, because they automatically embraced each other, because the fact that they're there. So
yes. What can you do? Yeah. Welcome, Brother Vanessa. Welcome to the stream.
Guys.
Good to have you. What are your thoughts?
I just want to be part of it. When I saw the marriage and polygamy, I was a bit shocked. But yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Let me listen to you guys, and then I will have at least.
Okay. No problem. So, just to summarize, we were asked whether polygamy was prevalent. Is it a prevalent part of African culture, and how prevalent was it? I think from, just talking and researching, it was very prevalent. Not that everybody practiced it, but the practice was allowed in many societies. And even in those societies, not everybody practiced it. That's not possible, just from the numbers, but it was prevalent in many societies, in many African societies. And Sam is right that there was a hierarchical aspect to polygamy. The richer and more powerful had more wives. And from an ecological, evolutionary standpoint, it's survival of the fittest. Well, it was a show of your success in life. It was your show of what, how much you could produce. As a man, if you had a lot, you should give a lot. That was the thinking in those days. So if you had your wealth, you had a lot of cattle, you had a lot of land, it almost seems selfish to have that, just with one wife and a few children, and yet you have, all this. And we had plenty of land. There are people who had lands as far as, the eye can see. So for that, as a man, if you're such a great man, you should reproduce yourself. You should have your representations, as many of them in the world as possible. And it was encouraged for men, especially for great men, wealthy men, or even just men who had good characters. They felt that that spirit should be reproduced, in several people. So so they felt that, it was a man's responsibility to produce as many children as he could, and that means having as many wives as he could, and that's the main thing. It was not something that was promoted for everybody, because even the first marriage was not easy. This is why we were talking about marriage, because for community starts with 2 people, and then it starts with more people, and so on. So everybody becomes, but the single individual unit of community is marriage, is the family aspect of it. That's why every community is built, from the family and different families. So that family structure is very important in either making the community strong or weakening it. So was polygamy, did it create a bond for the community, or was it a divisive aspect of it? The unifying aspect of it, I would say, was that you'd have a lot more people under one roof, or under one system, and they would be collaborating, they would be working together. It would make things easier for everybody, the man, the woman, and the children. Everybody was taking care of each other. That would be the bonding part of it. The divisive aspect of it, like we're talking about, would be maybe the jealousy, the anger, and so on. And there were stories, not so many. When I hear about evil stepmothers, I hear those more in Western fairy tales. I mean, I have had some, some jealous mothers who did things to their children, to their stepchildren. But for the most part, women are usually, even if they don't like another woman, they won't be against the child. They won't necessarily have malice towards a child, even if they have jealousy towards the woman. So once the children were there, everybody would sort of be almost forced to get along. And if we look at a book, just for literature discussion, a book that illustrated that very well was Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. And in that, he was one of those strong men. He was one of those up there at the top of the hierarchy. But the difference in African society is everybody could achieve that hierarchy if you worked hard enough, if you were responsible and respectful, and you could achieve that level of wealth. If you took care of your property, you could gain the fruits of your labor. So hierarchy was there, but it was a malleable one. Everybody had a chance to, some people had a chance to get to the top. So it was not an easy thing, and that's one thing I think everybody should understand, that polygamy was not just a free-for-all. It wasn't a harem, and it wasn't a concubinage. And thank you, Biggie, for talking about the concubines. The difference between concubines, geishas, and all this is the object of it, I think, is just sexual pleasure, or just satisfying a need. But with polygamy, there's the need, but there's also the reproducing the children, the responsibility aspect of it. So let's say for people who just want fun and all that, there's ways for that. But people who want the responsibility and the passing on your destiny and your legacy, you don't want to just have children on the wayward. You want your children to be legitimate. You want your children to be respected. You don't want your children to have to suffer because you brought them into the world. So yeah, so that was one of the reasons that people, the main reason was for the caring of the children as a community, for everybody to be taken care of, and not just the children, but the women as well. Like we were talking about, nowadays people have this, side affairs, and if it was just people, men and women, just doing the business, it would be it wouldn't even be, you know, nobody would look the another way. But unfortunately, that children are being brought into the world, and they're being brought into you know, a very disorganized system. They're being brought into, nobody's taking care of them. You know, they're being hidden, or they're being classed as second-class children because they're not, you know, the official family, and so on. So polygamy also legitimized every single woman. You know, for monogamy, monogamy works for the first woman. She's happy. She has, you know, her house and husband. So she's good. But, you know, for the other woman, you know, for the side woman, it doesn't work for her, because she might have the, you know, the fun, the luxury, but if she has children, she knows that her children will not be fully recognized as, you know, legitimate. And that's a very unfair thing to put a child through, because it's not their fault. But in having them all together, every child was legitimized. Every woman was a wife. She was not just a mistress, or, you know, just a quick thrill. So that was
I was just looking at African polygamy over space, right? There's a data that's out there. They said 72% of women responded that they have only one wife. 19%, they said their husband has two wives.
Oh, where was that? Sorry.
It's African polygamy over space.
Oh, okay, yes.
And let me see if I'm able to share.
Can we play videos here?
Well, I just shared. I think you can see it on your screen. Can you?
No. Is it in the private chat? Oh, okay.
Okay. See it.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
So that's actually.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You found
it. Nice. Okay. So this is a map of polygamy in Africa. Each point is a married woman for whom the data gives geographic coordinates. Red dots, polygamists. Right. Okay, so the red dots are polygamists, while the blue dots are monogamists. Oh, wow. There's a lot of red in West Africa.
Yeah, that's what it says. It says West Africa got the most.
Okay,
but, one thing amazing, if you look at this this map that I questioned, is the Northern Africa.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that maybe they didn't take the data there, because I know for sure there's, you know, there's polygamy there, religious polygamy.
That's what I'm talking about. You see, I think it's kind of legal. You know, you don't talk about that.
Yes.
But these countries that you see as a monogamous relation that overtaken by the polygamy practices. That's one thing that I look at. I'm pretty sure when they take data, they'll be taking. It's a DHS data where you can populate those dots. But again, you know, when you look at Northern Africa, you don't see that. I was wondering, because of the legality, so they will fall probably in the 2%, 4 or more wives, you know, and the data is not captured. But like you see it, you know, Madagascar practices it also. One thing that in One Africa that we don't talk a lot, we just got a couple things when they had droughts and stuff like that. Something happened to Madagascar, but Madagascar also, remember, is part of Africa. So
yes, we forget sometimes.
If you know anybody that is from Madagascar, you know, please invite them, you know, so they can be part of this One Africa discussion. But again, you know, there's a lot of things that's out there that's as an information on the polygamy, and I know there's polygamy in Ethiopia, that's for sure. But
is it legal or informal?
Well, I don't know how to say it. You know, it might have some religious aspect of it where it's gonna compound on you. But from this data that I'm looking at, it didn't care from a religious aspect of it, because There's a Christianity, there's Islam in there, and also different other pagan religion. Also, it's just a mix throughout Africa. But the way I look at it, Lieutenant Ebenezer, if you can correct me, it's always been promoted to be monogamous.
Yes.
But when it comes to because on the Christian side, but on the Islam side, you have to love the wives equally. That's one of the things. That's the requirement to be able to marry multiple wives. And you have to treat them the same way. Household got to look alike. You know, if you do one thing for one, you got to do it across. It has to be equal to both. And the wealth that's accumulated is all already divided among the children. You know, and the wife gets some part of it. So it has a lot of rules and regulation that you might think than just being monogamous. In order to get in this relation, you have to really make sure that you understand, and I believe you have to be through the native, being native in those parts. You know, they really to adapt it because you're exposed to it and you live with it. But anybody that moves out there and say, okay, I'm going to be practicing polygamy, I don't know how it works, because one, certain wealth and everything else, there's a question, lands, I mean, it gets complicated. So even if we say, okay, polygamy is good for Africa, let's do it, there's a lot of other factors that you have to really adhere to the rules and regulations and commitments. It comes with a lot of things behind it. You just don't practice polygamy. It becomes like having really different women, different places, and having different children. I mean, it's been practiced as an example as I gave you, but to have a full polygamy relationship, it takes a lot more than just being monogamous. Does everybody agree?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I've worked in a part of Ethiopia where polygamy is actually appreciated, and you know, everyone is expected to have 2 or 3 or 4. Some of them even mentioned, you know, having 2 wives is not good enough, and you know, it has to be at least 4, because when you have to, you rest. So there were even conditions. I was like, okay, there were people who were saying, you know, I should be married to 2, 3 people, and I was like, what? How can you even manage one? I mean, like,
I wonder too.
Yeah, I mean, I went from the city part, and it's really hard to, you know, like when you see the data on you know, divorces and, you know, people fighting, and you know, single mothers, single fathers, and all those things, and then people saying like, I want to marry 4 or 5, and I was like, wow. So yeah, I mean, in the cities it's not common, and it's no one expects you to be polygamous in Ethiopia. But in some parts of Ethiopia, like you've seen on the map, the dots and, you know, the red dots, monogamy is common, but you know, polygamy in some parts of Ethiopia, like Biggie said, especially in the Islamic areas, it's very common. I agree with that one. So yeah.
In regards to divorce rate, when people say, I think that we humans, we can handle a range of emotions for a range of people at the same time. Because if we say that, you know, monogamy, right now people are monogamous, it's true, and even barring you know, side relationships, but even people who divorce, they tend to remarry like 2 or 3 or 4 times. That's loving more than one person, but just in different times. They are serial monogamists. They are, you know, serial cheaters. They are serial. So there are people who do it in a way, but they do it secretly, or they do it in in series, or they do it in a different. The instinct, I say the instinct for polygamy will always be there. The multiple partners will always be there. It's how we deal with it, because there are men who are fully capable of being faithful to one woman for the rest of their life. And, that's wonderful and great. And there are men who, no matter how the best wife, the most suitable wife, they are just incapable of being with one woman, at one time. And sometimes it's other reasons too. One of the other reasons for it, I know, was infertility, especially, if a woman could not have children, she would be the one to get a young woman, man, so that he could have children with her. Same, what happened with in the Bible with Abraham. So there were reasons why, some women might see, a reason to have another wife in the house, or, just to help her, or to help her with her children, or to train her and things like that. So it does happen. And I think that for the most part, it's mostly a matter of cooperation. If you can find two women to live in peace, yes.
Tanzan, one correction. The wives that cannot bear children and allow their husband to have children with another woman is not part of polygamy. It is more like concubine, or somebody that's going to be creating a child, because he's not legally married. Polygamy, they're legally married. They're married to those wives. So those who cannot bear children and allow another woman to bear children for their husbands, is a different category, not in the polygamy aspect of it. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I get that. I think there are some times when they are concubines and then they are married. There can't be that in polygamy as well, because some of the times the concubine was just brought in to have a child and that was it. But in what I know, in some African culture, the woman would actually bring a co-wife, and that other wife would also be married, and the children would belong to the wife, the co-wife, the one who had the baby, but the husband as well. So it would be part of the community.
Oh yeah, no. Meaning, like I said, if they're married and it's legal, it's polygamy. But what I'm saying is they're not married.
Oh yes. I don't think we had concubinage as much that I know of in Africa. I think mostly it was the polygamy was more prevalent than concubinage. I don't know if we really had there might be maybe in some big empires.
You'll be very surprised. You'll be very surprised about.
Oh yeah. I'm not discounting it. I don't discount it, and there's so much still we don't know, because we really didn't write a lot of those things. So most of our practices are just passed on through practice and through word of mouth. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially in the bigger kingdoms, the ones that had vast empires and lands and riches and all that. I'm sure they got up to quite interesting things. But traditionally, it was more of a formal, just wives living together. And it was mostly, they lived together in the same place. There were some who didn't get along. Maybe they had different relationships. They lived in different households, and every woman managed her own household. But they lived in relative peace with each other as far as that. And in terms of managing the women, I really don't understand how a man is able to do all that. Even the polygamous ones, I really don't, because the way I see, you're going to constantly be fighting, with both of them, either fighting or fighting with one of them or things like that. So I don't know how they manage to do that, which, kudos to them if they can manage peace amongst such, such crazy elements. But, they did manage to have a sort of a working relationship. And I've seen examples of that even back in the countryside. If the women could not get along, they simply lived separately. And, if they got along, they would, but they still regarded each other. They still acknowledged each other. They still acknowledged, each other's children. So I think it's possible to work it. And also, for me, the main thing is, the children, is the legitimization of children. I don't think that any child should be, even labeled illegitimate, for something that parents did. I think that every child deserves the right to have, both parents. Every child deserves to have a mother and a father, even if they're not living with them. So just because something happens, that don't mean that you cut off relations with the child. So I think that was the most important part of that even if somebody stepped out, and this was only applied to the men, because if a woman stepping out is different from a man stepping out, because you're not going to be sure who the father is, but a man having several children, everybody knows who the father is. So that was the difference, and that's why where polygamy is practiced and not, the other polyandry, where women are, multiple partners for the women. So yeah, so I think that was the main thing. I think the reason why maybe right now it doesn't seem possible is because we can't imagine somebody. For us to imagine two wives is to imagine, a scenario of infidelity, whereas once both wives are equally legitimate as wives, then there is no, this cheating, there's no spying, there's no secrecy. Everything is just out in the open. You don't have to conceal a whole entire family. You can just say, this is my other wife, these are my other children, and so on. And everything was more out in the open, instead of, hiding and cheating and going behind people's backs and things like that. So I think giving men that alternative where you can have, that is an acceptable alternative, reduces the lying, the dishonesty, and everything is more in the open and acknowledged, rather than, trying to hide it and put it in the back. So, yeah. Thoughts?
Well, I don't think it's about, personally, I don't believe marriage is about love. I don't believe, that's my personal opinion. I think maybe that's why they did it. And I happened to watch a video. Maybe you guys can also follow this guy, The School of Life. His name is Alain de Botton.
Alain de Botton.
Yeah. So he explains how romanticism took over. How love became the criteria for marriage. But love shouldn't be the criteria for marriage. Basically, it should be understanding and wisdom. You don't need love. I'm not saying you can't love or you don't have to love someone, but love, it has to be a choice. Marriage has to be a choice. It shouldn't be what do you call it? An emotional expression. So the reason that in the 21st century and the 20th century, people are struggling with divorces and being single mother and single father, all those things are coming because we were led by our emotions, and no one told us what actually love is and what loving is. So we weren't taught to love, basically, or we weren't taught how to choose a life partner in life. And you can go to churches, you can go to mosques. No one teaches you those things. It's like as if they're taboo. Where I am.
You know what? That's a very good point you just made right there. That's a very, very good point. We're thrown in and we don't know, and you just hope and pray, and you hope you're lucky. So we're really not taught about one of the most important decisions we'll make in life. Yeah, good point.
Exactly. Yeah. It was supposed to be a choice of maybe this. If you read, I don't know, this book, Mark Twain, the subtle art of not giving a fuck. The book was sold, like 3 million copies were sold after publishing. I read something over there. It says life is a struggle, and it's a choice. What do you want to struggle for? So marriage should be the same thing. It's a choice. who are you willing to carry for the rest of your life? Who are you willing to tolerate for the rest of your life? Who are you willing to, cover for? Who are you willing to be with for life? So these were the issues that we were supposed to be educated about in churches and mosques and, in any religious institution or, in family. But it became a kind of, like a taboo, and it feels like, we took some part of the Western culture, mixed it up a little. Kids can go when they're 15 or 14, they can go to day parties and, they can have dates and stuff. But we missed out lecturing them which mistakes not to do when they go out. So many kids come back home pregnant or raped or, like drunk and made mistake and all those things. No one taught them how to take care of themselves. No one taught them that this is how life works. So we were supposed to be taught how to choose a life partner. And I even watched Dr. Miles Monroe's motivational videos on how to choose a life partner, and he said clearly love wasn't in the question. I mean, love wasn't the issue of marriage. Marriage was supposed to be built on understanding and wisdom. Two people who understand each other can build a marriage. So leaving that behind, like there was arranged marriage at the time, back in the days, even in India, in Africa, even in Ethiopia, there was arranged marriage. Some places in Ethiopia still there is arranged marriage. But the issue is when people are arranged, parents bring the husband or the wife, and then like there is respect for the parents, respect for both parents. So these people have to understand each other and have to live with each other. So they devised a compromise system, but we weren't told and taught how to compromise and reason with these issues that we're facing these days. So we went into this Hollywood romantic movie style marriage, which actually doesn't exist. Like you imagine, even I imagine, to be honest, like you imagine your relationship to end, like when it's the first girl you dated, she has to be the last one. That was the thought, but no one told us that there is, bumps on the road, and then you end up breaking up, getting dumped. All those things were out there, but no one told us that. So, like if we were told how to choose a life partner, maybe, polygamy or polyandry or those things were not necessary, or cheating or the divorce and the marriage that we, are afraid of these days, wouldn't be so scary at all. We would be raising an amazing generation by now. So it's not, somebody commented here, you cannot love two people. It's because at the time of polygamy, it was a consent. It wasn't about love or emotions. But nowadays it became more about emotions and feelings. What I feel about you, what I feel about somebody. That shouldn't be actually the basic foundation of a marriage. I don't think that should be. That's my personal opinion.
Oh no, I think that's actually a very excellent point you brought, and I think that's one of the reasons why polygamy might be more difficult right now in this modern world than it was in the past, because people do base their decisions on emotions. And you're right, emotions, you can't have the same emotions for one person for two people at the same time. You'll feel one or the other. So, but when we used to base it on pragmatism, on other decisions, consideration, compromise, family structure, all of that, then it would make sense for somebody to say, well, this looks like a organization or a unit I want to be a part of because things are running well and this would be good for me. But we both look at, I'm talking about the modern people. If modern people just look at it as, oh, we're in love. Who are you going to love more than the other? And it's going to be a competition for emotion rather than a competition for materialism, for materials, to take care of the family. How are we going to increase our resources? How are we going to increase our land or maximize our skills and so on? So you're right, you know, we do approach marriage with a very emotional attitude about it. And that's also one of the reasons why divorce rates are so high, because in the past you were told, you know, when you marry, that's it for you. You know, that's you and that person for life. There's no, however terrible or what the person is, you know, that's who you're going to be with. But nowadays, you know, as soon as you get tired of somebody, you know, all those feelings melt away within 2 or 3 years. Then you're out there looking for, you know, a new thing or something. And that's why also polygamy is not one of the reasons why it might not be viable, because of that mentality as well. Because if a man knows that, I can always go out and get another woman, then, you know, this woman is just a temporary hold until, you know, something better comes along or he can explore his options. So I think that mentality is very important. Is why are you getting into the marriage? Are you just, you know, basing it on your feelings, or, you know, which are okay? You know, you're not going to be forced to marry somebody that you literally hate. But is that all that you're basing your decisions on, or do you look at something else? And also, when you talk about the family, love was not just two people. Sorry. It wasn't just two people, you know, looking at each other across the room and falling in love. It was an involvement of families and a whole procedure, and people, even the arranged marriages. When it came to the wedding, that was just the last step of a whole series of discussions and negotiations and all these things. So it wasn't just as simple as nowadays. You can see somebody and within 2 days you're hitched and you have the paperwork, and your family will just be informed of it a few days later, you know. But in the past, that could not happen. Everybody, including the elders, were involved in the whole process. It was elaborate. So yeah, that's a big difference.
And you know, because of that, because of the family involvement, and because of, you know, people's involvement in their relationship, you know, there is respect between the people who are living together. There is fear of norms. Yeah, but most can argue she lived or he lived with her because they were afraid of divorce. But in the first place, if you want divorce, it shouldn't be a, you know, permissible, easy thing that you should do it with the paperwork. Marriage should be a higher institution. It's even bigger than a church when you look at it. It's even bigger than a mosque. It's an institution of two people who actually started the human race, the humankind in the world. So that's the kind of institution that, you know, based on acceptance. You know, like, you know, when you read the Bible, and sometimes it's like when God presented Eve, you know, Adam didn't say, "Oh my God, I'm in love with her." He didn't say that. He said, "She's flesh of my flesh and blood of my blood, bone of my bones. She should be called a woman." That's what he said. He wasn't, like, you know, emotional about it. So he accepted the woman that was presented to him. So it's all about acceptance, tolerance. Nowadays, since we were led by emotions, there is no tolerance to, you know, the differences between two people, and, you know, who are living together. There is no a threshold. There is no single threshold for a tolerance, you know, for tolerance between those people. And that's because we were taught by Hollywood and Bollywood movies and Nollywood movies, whatever movies that we see, we were, you know, captured by them, and then we were led by emotions rather than by reasoning and understanding. So when you build marriage on emotions, it's like building a house on a sand. And then, you know, like, whatever storm comes, you can't withstand whatever's coming for you in that relationship. Then you fight and you run and you freak out and say, "No, I didn't expect it to be like this. You know, I thought marriage was going to be fun and stuff." And, you know, yeah, of course it's going to be fun, but there is going to be seasons in every relationship issues. You're going to have to suffer for a while, and then you're going to have to laugh for a while. You're going to have to go through pregnancy and fights, and, you know, like, all those are stages of development for a human being to become, you know, like, nowadays there's dating apps and all those things. And then when you look at them, it's like, dating is, people ask you, like, "I want to get to know that person. How long do you want to get to know that person? They don't know. 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 11 years. Even I remember a friend of mine dated a girl for 11 years. Then he got separated. And when you ask them, like, oh no, he wasn't meant to be with me because I thought I knew him, but I didn't know him. Or I thought I knew her, but I didn't know her. You know, you can't finish a person. You know, you can't finish.
That's true.
That's a terrible strategy into marriage. So this is, you know, it's a misunderstanding, I think. But still, my personal opinion, I'll stand corrected if I said anything bad to people who are about, you know, who are pro romanticism, because I believe it's choice, not romance.
Yes, indeed. Well said. Well said. Welcome, Pastor Ezra. A few words? Are you just listening?
Hi, family. How are you two guys?
We're good. Very well. Thank you.
Wow, what a topic. A very interesting one, I must say. I think this one, Tenzin, it's a topic that requires a couple of days to discuss it and delve more deeper into it, especially when it comes to marriage alone is just a topic on its own. And now when you extend it, obviously part of marriage, polygamy, polygamy also sometimes being part of the marriage, because when one marries, it can either be in other countries, you get countries where it gets what we call traditional wedding. Traditional wedding is what we call customary marriage, which means even if like in the olden days, what used to happen in some of the countries here in the South, you had people that will move to work in cities, and they'll leave a wife at home, and then when they get to the cities, they'll get another wife, and you find that the one they find in the city is a wife who will probably be married legally in terms of the law, where they'll have a marriage certificate and stuff. But the wife at home, it'll be a dowry system where only dowry was paid, the family got to know one another, they did a ceremony, and that was it. And the whole families know each other. They know that both these people are married, and even friends and family will know that, oh, these two are married. But in terms of really having a marriage certificate, it will not be there. But with the current system now, some countries have really they recognize what we call customary marriage, where it's sort of a village marriage where there was no formal certificate, where it was two people signed and were recognized. But again, when you look at a marriage on its own, I mean, for me, when I don't know about other countries, how do you guys use the dowry system in Ethiopia, in Kenya? I would love to know. West Africa, how do you have the dowry system where there's sort of a like we used to use cows before? When we, as a man, when you're ready to get married, you needed to have
Lobola. It's called
Lobola. It's called Lobola. Yes, Lobola. Or dowry in the Bible, it's called dowry. Remember, Jacob paid dowry for his for Leah and Rachel. In fact, it was for Rachel, but he ended up having forced to take another one. So I don't know. Did you guys have the dowry system? How does it work in terms of marriage? How did you go about it, Biggie, when you got married? Did you do the traditional, what we call traditional, where you had to go and either ask the father of your wife that you want to marry their daughter? How does marriage work in your countries, guys? I would love to really know the marriage system. How do you end up getting married? How does it work in your country? So
Well,
wants to start. I see Mwendatezi.
I'll say something. Oh, Mwendatezi is here. He just came in with the bride price discussion. Wow. Great timing, Mwendatezi. So, So while he gets, I'll say a bit, just a brief on the bride price. And that was going to be a whole different show, but since you brought it up, we'll just touch on it a little bit. But yes, in most traditional places, bride price was part of the marriage negotiations. In fact, it was the main part of the negotiations. So once, either if it's arranged, they come and discuss. If they meet together and they decide that they're going to get married, now everybody gets involved and they start, talking. So you send your best negotiator, the girl's family and the boy's family. The boy's family send their negotiator, the friends, the people who are going to speak for him. And then the girl's family, the elders, they sit down and they talk up their daughter. They talk about how great their daughter is. She is good character, educated, this and that, and therefore she deserves to be given so many cows and so many, clothes and this and that. So whatever, but it was mostly cattle though. It had to be paid in cattle, whether goats, cows and so on. So once that whole discussion is over, and nowadays even in money, they actually put money and goats and the cattle in the bride price. So they talk about it. They call it different names. There's one called Risho, Lobola. I can't remember the third one, but yeah, it's the same. I find it is similar in most places. It's the groom's family. They come and then they negotiate the bride price with the bride's family, and then they can either pay. They have to pay a certain amount before, and sometimes they can pay during the marriage. Sometimes maybe they're given 5 or 10 years to pay it, and yeah, that's my impression of it. Mwendatezi, or then someone else?
We know Mwendatezi is inspiring to have the whole Africa. Mwendatezi, welcome.
Actually, I was watching in the background for a few minutes before I entered, and I was interested. I was actually curious. Have you guys ever watched this? I used to watch this series a while back called Vampire Diaries.
Vampire Diaries. No, I've heard of it.
I remember the title, but I kind of forgot how it goes. I think it was a series, right?
Yeah. It's very. It's a very, it's a very interesting series because it had this thing where now it sounds funny, but then it was like, whoa, that's very interesting. It was about these vampires. They could could switch off their feelings like a switch or something, and stay without feeling anything, So it was a very, now it has to come to this. It was a very interesting thing that, because when you talk about marriage in the past, it's like human beings had switched off emotions somewhere, and maybe maybe in 1950, maybe that is when we started having feelings or something, which is I feel it's a very misguided is it a misguided theory that before that people didn't have feelings, people didn't marry for feelings, or people didn't love each other. It was just, marriage was strictly business. I think I'd like to challenge that, because I don't think that was the case. I feel like people fell in love back in the day. I feel like even when we look at our stories, or even the songs, the old cultural songs, they are love songs. They are old love songs. So I could tell that, yeah, people back in the day, people were still wooing women. People were still falling in love and marrying in the name of love, or maybe it was called something else differently, but I don't think we were that different. We're that different or taken away from the humans of 100 years ago, 200 years. I think we feel the same thing. Probably we did the same things. So I don't see any difference that we married for different reasons back then and that we're marrying for different reasons right now. I feel also that, human, as we evolve, or what we call, we become more modern, also the institution of marriage needs to also catch up, So yeah, so this thing of marrying for feelings, back in the day, I think there's this crazy statistics of husbands used to die very early during when women could not divorce. There's this crazy statistics of
You make it sound like contractual. In every 5 years you renew it. Every five years you're gonna renew.
These things, these are the uncomfortable things that we don't like to see. But maybe divorce those days was not as pretty as it is now.
Divorce by poison.
yeah. So so it's very these are the things that we have to look at, because people still felt the same things that they're feeling today. We have not evolved to have new feelings that we didn't feel 100 years ago. So I feel like
these are modern feelings, Mondatezi.
So we have modern feelings.
No, but
Sam is asking you, did he say husband used to die if they can't divorce?
Yeah. I think it's in the USA. I don't know if you guys in the US have seen these statistics that husbands in the 50s and 60s, they used to die a lot, like in very interesting and funny circumstances. And you find that they were not having a good time with their wives. They were not having a happy marriage or something like that. So, or maybe they were beating their wives or something like that. Yeah, it's actually, I saw it, and I think you can check it up. But it was a very interesting thing that I used to find out, like, oh, so these things of marriage without feelings or marriage for business, I don't know. I think we also romanticize it, or we feel it, let's say, if it was like maybe a utopia or something. But I don't think it was all roses.
No, it's not. It's not, because one of the things that as human being, when you have arranged marriages, we saw the outcome, and at the same time, polygamy, we see the outcome. There's a lot of statistics that's out there, just to be aware, not to discourage for the newcomers to get married. Love, one of the things that Ebenezer said, love is a formula. It's just the respect to one another, understand one another, being loyal to one another, and understand each other's faults, and compromise into, not to compromise where you're going to be really being down, but it's just compromising to make sure all this mechanism works. And at the end, he's going to look at her, she's going to look at him, hey, I really love my husband. That's when the indication comes of that total respect and care that you show toward each other, that develops like, it's a spark. It's like an energy. Now we're connected. These are the things that they're not going to be taught anywhere, because some people confuse the, literally, which I really don't like the word, but they mess up the understanding of one love from infatuation. You see somebody just going to go, I did my experience in 6 weeks. I knew my wife. In 6 weeks, I knew that I'm going to marry her, and I did. And that spark is just amazing. It's beyond for me to explain to you on certain experience that I have. Is that it's not just a physical part of your being, your soul kind of play together. When you sleep, you ever heard the two souls are still playing? When you wake up in the morning, you are together. That's humbly love, because you are really holding hand in your nighttime, daytime. So that even is not taught. I even experienced it by paying attention to it, because I wouldn't know. Because it's an energy that comes in the union of the other energy of your better half, and you'll be one. That oneness, I experienced it. And that, I don't know how it can be formulated, but I knew it was out of respect, love, loyalty, fidelity, and at the same time being toward looking forward to see that person even though she's right next to you, in my case, I still look forward for her to wake up. But before she wakes up, I kind of enjoy watching her while she's asleep. These are the things that I cannot teach you in a way, but look for the energy. Always, always trust your guts. You have this intuition. Pay attention to it. Don't be blind to it, because you will end up into infatuation. You thought you loved the person, but really it's not. It's infatuation. And when it comes to our topic today in the polygamy and whatever the monogamy that you're gonna have, arranged marriage and everything else, these are the things that sparks in the relationship that are everlasting, especially if you're not corrupted by what you see on YouTube, on TikTok. So all that things is going to be corrupting your mind. So refrain to compare certain things on what you have good in your hand versus what you see the disastrous point on other medias. So in together, your love is an essence. It's you always want to have that and keep that high. And it can be loving yourself to begin with. You got to love yourself, give love to others. And those men that are in the polygamy, I salute them, because it's really, really hard. It's really hard to maintain that from one to the other and having the equal sense of treatment. And my point here is really love should not be the connection, because love can be a fluctuation.
Yeah, Miggy, can I add on that just to close, and I'll be leaving soon. It's a really nice topic. What I meant by, like, not emotions rather than a choice that is made to coexist together, is because coming together brings you to get to know each other and appreciate what you have with one another. I think that's what I believe. So from that perspective, most of the time people just look at a girl or a guy and they say, wow. And I don't believe it should be like that. I believe it should be, it's just most of the time, those people who met like that, just based on wows of external features of a person, then end up saying, what happened to me? How did I end up with her? How did I end up with him? These are the questions that, the youth are asking. So, like, I was just meaning, love is a foundation where, coexist with. That's the feeling that you just explained. But before that, there has to be, a man who's ready to be a husband and a woman who's ready to be a wife. And that's those people, when they meet, there's mutual respect, there's love, there's understanding, there's compromise. Like, they don't just throw you under the train and, say like, oh, he's like this or she's like that. And it's not like that. So that understanding has to be there too. So I'm not saying there shouldn't be romance, but like, it shouldn't be romanticized to a level what Hollywood is showing us, or Nollywood is Bollywood is showing us, like the Indian movies. It shouldn't be to that level. Okay, so like, we take it to that level and we expect, the youth expects it, like, he expects it to be the same as Hollywood movie event. No, it is not like that. It's life. And yes, love should be there. There is emotions. Actually, there are lots of emotions in marriage. And I believe that it's also, these emotions are also foundations for choices that we make for us. Foundations. Tanzan, I'll be leaving soon. So I think it's a really
thank you for being here.
I'm glad I came in and joined.
Dr. Alvinizar, I have one thing to tell you, right? So that means in the love criteria, right? The wife to be and the husband to be, he has to ask her, do you like Bollywood, Hollywood? And you have to make that. you pick the movie that you really like if it is in common. If it is not in common, it's not compatible.
Yeah.
The way the romance goes.
And
it should be a criteria.
People actually read horoscopes, and they try to break up based on those. Like, people discover horoscopes and they say, wait, I'm not compatible with that person, so I should break up with him. Like the value of relationship went really down from top to the bottom. I think that's where we lost the foundation of marriage. When we don't value relationships, when we don't value coming into someone's life, I think that's where we lost it.
Can I just say,
again,
like
I said,
why are you talking about this?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Why are you talking about polygamy? Why would we need something so disgusting and absolutely against women's rights? Why would you even talk about this? Is it an agenda to destroy African families? Whose idea was it to talk about polygamy?
No,
why would we need any more unwed children? Why would we need that in our communities? Tell me, what benefit will it bring? Whose idea was it to talk?
They're not unwed.
Of course, unwed polygamous children are the most disrespected children and suffer growing up. It is a backward tradition. Polygamy is a backward, disgusting tradition that doesn't respect women's rights. It's literally bringing women's rights backwards. Hundreds of years ago, when they did polygamy, it's because of poverty. They were poor. A woman, if her husband died, she needed some protection, because in Africa during that time there were slave raiders. There was slave raiding. So to protect their family, they would marry into another family. That was life and death reasons. There is no reason for it to be in this day and age, in this modern age. It's just bringing African women back into the dark ages when they were, colonized and treated badly. Why would a woman want to live in that society? It is terrible, terrible, terrible idea, and I'm ashamed that Swahili Nation is even talking about this, and I'm even considering what is your agenda? Is this what you're trying to do?
Yeah, actually the discussion is because we have polygamy that's still practiced in Africa. That's the discussion. Does it go forward, or we're gonna have to take it out? This is the discussion. So it's not something that we want to encourage to have polygamy.
But there are people who want it to stay. There are people who want.
Let me speak. Thank you for speaking, sister. Welcome to the show. Hi, and your opinion is very valued. The reason why we speak of this subject is because Swahili Nation is for the heritage of Africa. 1 second, please. Yes. So the heritage and traditions of Africa, and the reason for exploring this particular practice is that it was practiced in Africa. We look at all the practices, whether good, bad, how relevant they are to us right now, what they meant in the past, what was their. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me speak. So the heritage. Polygamy was practiced in Africa. It is still practiced in some parts of Africa, whether legally or informally, and it was part of African culture. It was very prevalent. That was our first question that we asked. Was polygamy a part of African culture, and was it prevalent? And it was prevalent. And if you want to do your research, you can research Ivan Fatima, you can research Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Chinua Achebe. They all speak Chinweizu. They all speak about polygamy and the role of the woman in African culture. So polygamy was and still is a very important part of African culture. So we must speak about it. The reason why we speak about it is to determine whether it's part of the culture that we should keep or part of the culture we should discard. And for us to keep it, we have to look at why it was practiced in the first place. People don't just do things just because they want to oppress a certain of their community. But polygamy wasn't instituted to oppress the African woman. If that is what happened, we have to examine how it came to that. But the reasons for it was not for the oppression of the African woman. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. One of the main people who are for polygamy are actually, in fact, women. If you look at, I can give you names. There's a lady from Zimbabwe. There's a lady from South Africa. There's a lady from Nigeria. And they all talk about the benefits of being in a polygamous relationship. If you disagree with it as a woman, that is your choice. But there are women who do choose not just agree with it, but those who participate in it. Polygamy would not happen if two women did not decide to be with one man. So it was the women's choice. It was not even the men. They were not being forced into polygamous relationship. Many women choose polygamy as a viable option for their relationship status. And one of the reasons why a woman would choose that is that if our two people, we were talking about love earlier, and yes, Wandatezi, I believe that people in the past.
Shame on you to promote.
I'm not. This is not. I'm explaining to you the reasons why we are speaking about it. And if we could respect each other, sister, and not interrupt each other, that would be great. I will let you speak when it is time for you to speak. I am speaking right now. I'm speaking right now. So the best thing is so that if you. And what do you think the agenda would be? So the reason why we speak about it is because it was practiced. A lot of women are for it, and a lot of women are practicing it, some willingly, some unknowingly. So this is something that affects a lot of people. And the children who are born in unwilling polygamous relationship are the ones who end up illegitimate. So polygamy was instituted to legitimize all children from all women, not just one woman, and other women are put off to the side because they're not legally married to the man. And this is the reason why we're discussing this today in SNN, for anybody who has a question about this. And this is not some sort of, sick chat about it. We're discussing family, we're discussing love, we're discussing children, and this is what Swahili Nation is about. So everyone has an opinion, but your opinion does not mean that everybody else is wrong or that people are just having agendas. This is a discussion, not an agenda. So let's listen to each other, let's respect each other, and let's not interrupt.
And I guess I'm coming from an American perspective, because now all of a sudden polygamy is being sort of pushed. And I get it to a certain extent, because I think women's standards are starting to go up, but men don't want to have access, not be denied access to all these women. So now how can I figure a way how to have all the women and still keep doing the same thing that I've been doing? And so they'll use it's always been polygamy, and it's an African concept. And I'm like, but do you know the foundation? Do you know how they practice over there? Nobody knows anything. Well, it's in the Bible. And it's different if I want to have multiple wives and I'm going to take care of the family and everybody's going to be treated equally and all that. But coming from an American perspective, I'm not really seeing that. So my thing is, if that's what people want to do, and as long as everybody's good and the family is whole, do what makes you happy, as long as you're not hurting anyone. But from an American perspective, most things that are put on us have an agenda, and it's not always to benefit us, because it's not going to be practiced in the sense of what you're saying, that the women are coming together and deciding it. I know in America that's not going to happen. He's going to say, this is going to be my wife, that's going to be my wife, and that's going to be my wife. And then that brings forth conflict if I'm not getting along with this wife and I don't like that wife. And in the concept of America, most of the men who are speaking it are not making income to be able to take care of a whole family. So then all these wives have to go out there and work and provide for the home. So is that why it's being pushed? Therefore, I now got more income coming into the house, and I could do all these things and still have all the things I want. So we sort of have to question, where is it coming from? Is it coming from organically? Because there's so many problems in relationships between men and women. Now, I'm like, if we can get past all these problems, if that's good for everybody, fine. But we're bringing our problems into a relationship now that has, multiple wives and the one husband. If we're not resolving all of our baggage, you're just going to have a big happy home of a bunch of big happy kids that still run around chasing the same issues. And that's where I'm coming from when it comes to relationships, when it comes to love and marriage. Is the foundation strong? Is it coming from a sense of love and care and what's best for the children, how we bring them up happy and healthy in this dysfunctional world?
That's exactly the discussion. This is the
Exactly.
discussion. This is really the discussion. We're not promoting no polygamy or whatever that is. It's just, this is the discussion, because now we're looking at just specifically what's going on in Africa. You know, and some, you know, in some instances, what we see, it's an ongoing. We need to get deeper to it. This conversation will give us an understanding, those that are in those areas, to understand and give us a good feedback in the ground. But the whole populace that been practiced, even the government has no say to it. Even the government cannot say anything. It became the fabric of their lifestyle. Not only lifestyle, but they promote among themselves to really practice the polygamy. So for us on the west side, or anything that you think about the monogamy relationship and how they view it is totally different. I don't think every woman, when it comes to a man and wife relationship, they want it to be one-on-one, as we suspect, as we want, and as we understand it. But when it comes to this polygamy that exists in Africa, shall it continue that way, or can we put more information out there to have this one-on-one relationship? And how you can do that?
And if I can just add something on polygamy, as somebody who somewhat live in a society where it is being practiced, and I know people who come from such homes. I think sometimes, and those who understand it, or those who are close, when you're close to some people, when you ask them, some people it works for them, some it doesn't work for them. And others will tell you that the Western way of seeing polygamy is the wrong way for them. As much as some people might think it's an abuse to women, it's all those things. And polygamy as well, it was not just allowed for anybody. It was not just for anybody who says, I'm a man, I need another wife. In most cases in society, it was mostly for kings, for people that had wealth, because there was no way you can get another wife if you didn't have the wealth to do so. Because in any African tradition, there was always, provision has always been put forward. As a man, you can never go into even a marriage if you're not ready to provide. Hence, we're built or thought that as a man, for me to get married, I need to be a provider, which means I'm ready to become a provider because there's kids that will be involved in that. And in most instances, people tend to just think, oh, human rights, women are abused. And I think Tenzin tried to kind of show or tell that in most instances, some women do believe in polygamy in Africa. Maybe in the UK and America, they are not familiar with the cultures because some of them are far away from it. But if you go and ask those who practice it, and by the way, we're not saying people should be going into polygamy, but it's a practice that's there, as Biggie has already said, and it's not an African only practice. It has been practiced by other societies. Other societies might have moved more away from polygamy, but that does not mean it was just in Africa only. And another thing is, when you look at polygamy, besides the provision part, and does not remove the fact that I think some people were saying that the man will do everything and everything. It does not take the role of a woman to also be a wife, to have their own dreams, their own plans in that marriage. Because some people, they have this concept that those women are like oppressed. There are those who live well. There are those who live very well, who are doing business, who live in polygamous relationships. And there are those, obviously, yes, who might be oppressed or who might be abused, just like even in some relationships where they are not polygamous. Some people still are in abusive relationships. Abuse is abuse. We should just state it out, whether in polygamy or not. And for just to answer Jerina, we're not pushing any agenda. And maybe if I think Sam had already just stated that if you had listened to the topic where it started, when Tenzin tried to explain all the concepts from the start, maybe it will help. And family, please like, subscribe, and just turn on the notification so that at least you can start with the topics and understand where the build-up came from. And it's not just polygamy that we also debated. I also came with the concept of dowry system, which is still much practice in Africa. Even people who say they are modern, living in cities, they still pay the dowry system if they're looking for a wife. Do we also scrutinize it and say, leave it, it's an abuse to men's finances, it's very backward? Do we just crush such ideas? Obviously, we try to show one another, how can we still have coming from those systems? How do we learn from those things? How do we apply them in this day and age, whether they are still applicable to us as a society, or do you want to move it? And every society has their own chance or own, if they feel that they are ready to remove it, they'll remove it. Just like we moved from the cow system to the monetary system. We're using money now to do any trade. So every society has embraced, even now the dowry system in most African countries is no longer cows and goats and sheep and all those things. It's now mostly about money instead of, because some people do not even have cows. They don't have the land where in the olden days where they will have many cows and all those things. So there's so many things that are in marriage and in all this that we're talking about, that we're trying to uncover and discuss and learn from one another and see which are the good ones that are working for the modern society that we are embracing, and which are the things that we think they're really taking us backwards. If for somebody like Jerena, if polygamy, it's a backward system, you should just state it in that way, but do not now put the channel into other things and say we're pushing agendas. Please, with all due respect, come with your opinion, say it out. And if you don't understand, ask, at least ask and say, I don't get it. I just think it's an abuse to women. And we can tell you at the other side as well that, oh, there are those who practice it, they believe it's in this way. And maybe we should really, maybe in the future, we'll get somebody who's practicing polygamy, or some people that, I'll also try to get some friends that are who are born in polygamous marriages or families, and they can come and tell their own side of the story, because that will also help those who don't understand the whole system. Because sometimes when you don't understand, it's easy for you to crush and just say, nah, just, So I think let's all try to engage. And if we don't understand something, let's ask and say, it doesn't really make sense to me. It makes me angry. Yes, we understand, but do not attack people.
Just to add to that, we haven't really gotten into all the aspects of it. So just remember, this may have several parts to it. This is just the beginning of a discussion. So we haven't tackled all the aspects. They are good and bad and, relevant, irrelevant aspects of any discussion. So we're just starting, and so just be patient. And we don't have an agenda. Everybody's opinion is welcome. Just be respectful. Just listen to everybody here. We are peace. We are, we are loving. We are respectful, and mostly respect. So, yeah. And when it comes to this also, it's not just on the second part, I will bring about different viewpoints. And believe me or not, most of the things today was supposed to be mostly for the women, because on the next one, I'll bring women actually talking about it, women who've gone through it, women who have lived in a polygamous household, women who support it, women who are against it, also women who don't like it, women who think that is just the worst thing in the world and it shouldn't be practiced. So everybody has a different viewpoint on it. Just because you disagree with somebody does not mean that, they're necessarily, pushing something. So everybody has a different, and for the women here, remember that polygamy was practiced by women. Remember that. women practice it. It's not just the men, unless you want to tell me that men have been forcing women into polygamy. And which one of the, who was forced into it? So the first wife was married freely. That was monogamous. That was all nice and stuff. So the second wife was forced into polygamy by the man, while the first wife just sat by and watched. You know, you have to think that your sisters are also involved in this relationship, and you want to understand why they would willingly. This is willing. We're not talking about being forced here. Women who willingly enter into polygamous relationship and have entered it throughout, you know, I don't know how long it goes. So why would a woman willingly enter into a second marriage? The same thing you'd ask. Why would a woman cheat with a married man? Why would a woman cheat when she's married? You know, women have to ask these questions too. Why do women do what they do? You know, yeah, we talk about, oh, polygamy is for the men. Men just want 20 different women. You know, yeah, they may want that, but if 19 women are not willing to say yes, then guess what? He's going to be left with just 1 or 0 at all. So this is a choice that women willingly make. So you have to contend with that. That's for the women. So back to the men.
yeah, I agree with you. I think the problem with so many of us women nowadays, we have lowered our standards so low. We're like, how much lower do I have to go? Instead of us turning around and looking at, can anybody define what is love? Love is not just it's an action word. And most people do not know how to love. And instead of we're talking about marriage and love and polygamy, we need to first figure out, how do we love each other? How do we show love? How do we get love? How do we give love? And then you can sort of understand, okay, because of the situation here, oh, they have agreed to bring someone else into their home, and now they have a polygamous man because, one, they have a common respect and love for each other, or this couple who would never do that, but you can see how they have grown over the years, of the ups and downs, the goods and the bad, and look at how loving their children are. You could see that that home is filled with love. No one talks about that. We talk about all these concepts, but we never talk about love. And that's when I started to question, is it a word, is it an action, or is it, how is this going to benefit the children? How is it going to benefit the whole? What are the benefits of a polygamous relationship? Why did this person choose to go that way? Are they happy? Because for every good, you're going to see the bads, but it's the goods and the bads that balances itself and keeps you there. You know, if it's threat and fear, then, you know, then that's not a good thing. But if it's because of admiration and support and what you've gotten out of this relationship, that's why you stay. But no one wants to ever talk about the love aspect. It's like, and people throw words out and we just jump on them without even fully seeing what the definition of them are.
Okay,
yeah, actually, Dr. Ebenezer. No, actually, Dr. Ebenezer said, you know, does anybody been instructed about what love is? You know, I think we would just touched it on.
Yes, we had just talked about love, and when Datezi was saying that we were actually, let me summarize a little bit about how we got to the love discussion. So we were saying that right now people make decisions, you know, based mostly or sometimes even solely on just the emotion called love. And by love is just infatuation. Somebody, you know, appeals to you physically and you to them, and it's mostly of a physical relationship. So that's and it could be more but it's mostly an emotional one, mostly based on physical. And we were saying that in the past, sorry, let me explain just a little bit. I'll let you speak when I'm done. So in the past, we said that people used to make a more rational decision because there were more people involved. And so marriage was less based on love than it was about compromise and working together and economics And Mwendatezi saying that no, the people in the past also felt the same emotion that we felt. But I was going to say to that they felt that too. They felt the love because they still had love songs and courtship and all that. But I think for them, marriage, the next aspect of it, marriage was far more communal than we give it credit to now. So yeah, go ahead, Sister Jarina.
Oh, hello. Yeah. First of all, the ancient civilization of Egypt, our ancient African ancestors, believed that men and women were equal. If you see the statues, the man sits next to the woman equally. None of this hierarchy business imported by the oppressors that have colonized Africa. They were very equal. It was a man and woman. None of this, herd-like, what do you call it? Herd-like polygamy nonsense that we see imposed on the continent. Again, the ancients always believed in one wife. And even if you look at the story of Osiris and Isis, the first love story, the first. So, it was all very African. This is our tradition. So this idea that we were polygamous, no, that came later when the non-Africans came and imported their ideas on the continents. I've read the books. I've got the books here in my house. So I know. So this whole information that you're giving that, oh, it's African society, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. Okay, you need to go deeper and read the books because it's not. It's a whole mess. It's a whole hot mess. We don't need to encourage this in our society anymore. If you look at in the Western world, like that lady from America, she lives through the mess of the family breakdown, which has been taking place in America, starting from the 80s, 90s, when they started attacking the Black family. And so she lives through it. She lives through this whole, mess. And it just, the African-American community hasn't been as strong as when they were pre-1960s. Would you agree?
Would I agree with? Please take
the African-American
woman. I would agree with that, but that's been a systematic attack upon us since the day we arrived in America. And it's just the church, the family, even before we could be able to get married here, but the church and the family was the strongest foundation we had. And in the 80s, they were pretty much almost able to totally destroy it.
Yeah.
So it took them hundreds of years to just physically break the family down. And now you have a lot of the younger people don't remember who, because the mother's gone or, daddy may be in jail, not saying everybody. Grandma is no longer on the planet. Mm-hmm. So they don't have that link to what was the history prior to that. They don't see the examples of the strong family, the strong community, the strong knit, because what has occurred is everybody has become isolated. So those stories are not being spread among each other.
And we're a lot easier to attack
we were just grabbing at whatever straws we can get to.
Mm-hmm. It's true. And I can see that they're trying to push this agenda on the continent as well. So that's why I'm a bit weary as why you'd be pushing this thing on the continent.
So are you saying that white people are promoting polygamy?
I think Black people paid by white people are promoting polygamy, if that makes sense. Specifically, I think you're involved in it.
So I'm being paid by white people to promote polygamy
maybe
amongst African men?
Yes, maybe, yeah, because you are coming across as a pick-me-sha right now.
And why would white men pay a Black woman to promote Black men to marry multiple Black women?
Oh, break down a family like the woman just explained previously.
But polygamy is about having family, having many wives with a family. That's making a family. So how would making a family breaking it down?
It's not a family. A family is a man and a woman. A family is
what we're talking about defining the family is saying that a family, it can be a man and many women.
That's the new term definition. Like, for example, there's all these terms now in this day and age, and you're bringing this whole new age thing, and now you're trying to say, oh, polygamy.
No, we're saying that now I'm working for the white men. So the white men...
I'm not saying I said it, but it comes across like that.
Okay, well, let's just make that assumption that yes, they're paid. They're paid to promote, to tell Black men, African men to marry multiple wives, to break down the African family.
To break down the...
Well, you know what? I think the question should be is, why do a person feel a need to marry multiple people? How is that working? Because again, to a certain extent, you're correct. Once a seed is put into someone's head, they manifest that seed. Now, all of a sudden, this seed of polygamy, which is interesting to me because it's the same time over here, the same seed of pedophilia is running rampant around here. And I'm like, why are these things being pushed versus, things happening organically?
What would happen organically? What do you mean by happening organically?
I mean by the fact that this person, their fathers, the grandfather, the great grandfather was a part of a polygamous, union. I mean, like in Utah was, they were found in the Mormons, polygamous, that's where they all moved to. And everybody knows that. It's a history of that. So,
and Europeans as well.
So if I'm from Utah, then that's something that's normal to the way I grew up. You're not going to see anything wrong with that. Now it's being pushed upon, you don't do that. Why is all of a sudden you're seeing and hearing all this different agenda when this is not even things that we normally do?
So you say organically, if somebody's parents, grandparents came from a polygamous family, so that would be more organic?
Right, because that's something.
Okay, so do you think in Africa, this is to the other sister, Sister Jarina Star, do you believe that in Africa there are people who have parents and grandparents and great-grandparents who are polygamous?
I'm assuming there are, yeah.
In the past, it may have happened to very, very rich families.
Mixed as in how?
In terms of land, if they want to, have control of that particular land, they will have another wife and put their land. That was an old backward style, It's not something.
It still exists.
When you say that is old backward style,
yes, something you don't wish on.
Still exists
because of poverty.
Okay, so if it's old, it means that it has gone back for a long time, which means it is organic. Yes,
it's not organic. It's
this
poverty.
Thing came.
It's poverty. The greed of landowners.
Right now, I was just going to by BJ's definition of something being organic versus something being pushed as an agenda. And she said that organically growing is if somebody's father, grandfather, great-grandfathers was polygamous, then that would be organically growing. So I asked, in Africa, are there people who have fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers who are polygamous? And you said there are those cases, and it has been there, it's an old thing or something. So it seems to me that polygamous, from both of your definition, is organically in Africa.
No, but that was for the few.
Well, yes, we did. And polygamy is not for everybody. Polygamy cannot be practiced by everybody in the community, even just by the numbers. If every man had more than 2 wives, it would not work. So technically, just numerically, not everybody is in danger of polygamy. It's only going to affect like 1 or 2 people, sometimes even just one person in the whole, tribe. Polygamy is a culture. What we're saying of polygamy is the acceptance of it, not the imposition of it. It's not a force, just like marriage. Marriage is accepted, it's not forced. People are encouraged to marry, they're not forced into it, but it's not promoted. Well, it is promoted, but it is promoted because of the family aspect of it. So polygamy is just something, you can be monogamous. Polygamy can coexist with monogamy. Polygamy just says people. Yes?
It's dying. It's a dying breed. It's just
right now we're just trying to determine whether it exists and whether it came out organically. And according to BJ's definition of something that goes back grandparents and grandparents, that exists. And I'm sure even people here people who have polygamy going back into their family for at least a couple of generations. So it has existed and has grown organically in Africa. How far that goes, we don't know. We're just talking about what we know now.
Women's power, women's education has surpassed that.
Well, we're not talking about education right now. We're talking about experience.
How can you move forward in this day and age and then go back to the old custom of polygamy? How can you, as a woman,
is about the heritage and tradition, and we have to look at what we are in order to determine what we will become. So we have to examine all the aspects of who we are.
I have a comment to make here.
Go ahead, Kaizo in the house.
Yeah, shout out to you. I don't think polygamy benefits men. Actually, polygamy doesn't benefit men. Polygamy benefits a small number of successful men who women see as attractive enough to be able to have children with, because they have reached a level of success in their lives that they can provide both the financial, economic status that woman feels her children would benefit from. If we look at genetics, since I love science, majority of our ancestors are actually women. There's only a few, like almost a third of our ancestors are actually men, meaning it was only 1/3 of men who are our ancestors, so the rest are women, meaning it was a few men who are able to actually, so if we just go with it, this is pre-Islam, pre-Christianity, any of these formalized religions that are necessarily outside of the block of the continent. We as a species have practiced polygamy since the inception. That's just how it has to be based on the genetics. Most of our ancestors are women, some of them are men. And if you look at it, it tends to be that women are more willing, for whatever reason, to be with a man who is very successful, kind and powerful than be with someone who society doesn't deem quite in the same level. It's only now in the modern days where more of us are equal. Men, let's just say more men are equal in today's society. Therefore, the average man is also seen as a valid or valuable person to actually marry. And definitely polygamy has been in Africa before any of these religions. If we look at any of the African tribes, let's talk about my tribes, for example. The Kisis, we practiced polygamy before Christianity. Oromos, we've also practiced polygamy before Christianity. Luyas, I don't really know much about their history, but generally the tribes that I know, especially Maasai, for example, practice it way before Christianity, and they weren't doing anything before that. They used to worship a god called Ngai or Enkai. So what I want us to separate is past from the present. Just because we practice it naturally does not mean we should practice it. That's a whole different conversation, but we shouldn't not be willing to accept the reality in order for us to move forward. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we did it, but maybe it's not perhaps the most viable way for us to move forward. But I don't think we should rewrite history just to meet our agenda, because there's going to be people who are going to be like, clearly we practice this, and then they're going to think that you have an agenda, and then they will feel less likely to even join whatever it is that you're espousing.
Very well said, Kaizo. Very well said, especially the part about the women gravitating to just a few certain kind of men. That is very true. Let's welcome Sister Deborah in the house and hear what she has to say. Sister Deborah?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sister.
How are you, Debbie? እና ዲስካሽኑ ገባሽ?
እንትኔ
አንድ ወንድ ብዙ ሴቶች አግብቶ የሚኖር
ብዙ ካልቸር አለ፣ ግን እንደኛ ነው የማስበው እንጂ ሌላ ካልቸር አላውቅም እኔ። እኛ ሀገር ግን እንደዚህ አይነት ብዙ ሴቶች የማይገባ ወንዳለ እንዴ?
ብዙ ሴቶች የሚያገቡ አሉ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ።
ለምሳሌ
ስለሱ ነው ዲስካሽኑ።
አንድ ሴት ብቻ ነው አንድ ወንድ አንድ ሴት ነው የማያገባው። ግን አንዳንዴ እኔ ሙስሊሞቹን እወዳለሁ እከብራለሁ፣ ግን አንዳንዴ እነሱ 2 እስከ 4 ይፈቀዳል እንትኑ ቁርአን ማለት ነው። ግን እሱ ላይም ደግሞ ቁርአን ስለፈቀደ አይደለም 4 የማያገቡ፣ ማስተዳደር ከቻለው ብቻ ነው አንድ ወንድ 4 ሴት ማግባት የሚችለው። እሷ የምትፈልግ ሁሉ ማሙላት ይላል ቁርአኑ ላይ። እኔ ግን ክርስቲያን ነኝ። አንዳንድ ጊዜ ያለው ለያቺ ሴት የሚያገባት ሴት የሚያሙላት ሁሉም ነገር ተስፋ ነው።
Pauses, more translation. Sorry, sister.
All right. One of the things that she said is about the Islam and the religion itself. She said they can get married up to 4. She said, I'm Christian and I believe in a monogamous relation. And she's continuing with that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Debbie. Deborah.
እኔ ይሄ ብቻ ነው የኛ ሀገር ለምሳሌ ኤርትራና ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያሉ ክርስቲያኖች አንድ ነው የማውቀው እንደዚህ ነው መስለኝ። እኛ እንደዚህ አንድ ክርስቲያን አንድ ወንድ 4 እስከ 5 ምናምን የማይገባል አላየውም
እኛ በክርስቲያንና በእስላም ብቻ ሳይሆን በሌላው ጎሳ ውስጥ አኗኗር ሁሉ ነገር አለ። ይሄ ነገር በክርስቲያንነትና በእስላምነት ብቻ አይደለም። ግን ሪሊጅን ሳይኖረው ኮሚኒቲው ተጋብቶ እስከ 4 ሴት ድረስ የሚያገባበት ወይ ከዛም በላይ ሊያገባ ይችላል። እሱ በጣም ፐርሰንቴጁ ሃይ ነው እና ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ አለ ይሄ ነገር እና ያንን አሁን በዚህ እንቀጥል ወይስ መቆም አለበት ነው? ባንቺ ምንድን ነው የሚመስልሽ?
መቆም አለበት እንጂ
the question is okay. The question I ask Deborah, and do we go forward with this the polygamy discussion and going forward? How we see it, she said automatically that she's monogamous, so she said no, it has to stop. It has to be a family structure of a monogamous relationship. Correct, Deborah? ልክ ነኝ?
እና ልክ ነው። ለምሳሌ አሁን በጎሳ ፍቅር እግዚአብሔር ነው ሰጠው። ሌላ ለምሳሌ ምናምን የሚለው ብዙ ነገሮች አሉ። ይሄ ፍቅር ነው። ግን ሌላ በጎሳ ምናምን ኦሮሞና አማራ እየተገቡ ያሉ ኢትዮጵያና ኤርትራ ብዙ አይቻለሁ። ውጭም አሉ። ለምሳሌ አንድ ቪዲዮ አይቼ ነበረ። አፍሪካ ውስጥ የት እንደሆነ አላውቅም፣ ግን እሷ ኢትዮጵያ ናት፣ እሱ የአፍሪካ ውስጥ ነው፣ አፍሪካዊ ነው። አገብቶ አንድ ልጅ ወልዶ ነው አሉ። ግን እንደዚህ ይሄ ፍቅር ነው። ግን 4 እስከ 3 ምናምን መቆም አለበት ነው ብሎ እኔ አለ እንደዚህ አይነት አልወስድም።
Okay. Well, her final opinion about is these polygamy got to stop. That's her opinion. Go ahead, Tanzan.
Oh, thank you, sister. Monogamy has to stop. Oh, wait, did I get that wrong? Or polygamy has to stop?
Correct.
Polygamy has to stop.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. One girl only for one girl. That's needed 3 or 4.
I don't know what she's saying.
No, she said I'm 1-on-1.
So she's pro monogamy. All right.
She's like 1-on-1.
Yeah. But I have a comment to make. If I was to have multiple girlfriends, and even if they're not been in a culture of monogamy, 99% of them would accept it if that's what I told them was my conditions. So how can you stop something? So if let's say I was dating some women, and I told them my condition is I want to have multiple wives, right? In fact, I want to have the 12 tribes of Kaiser. If I told them this, most of them would accept it. And this is a reality. I'm not even joking. So, and I'm talking about non-monogamous people. So how can
don't just
how are you going to change? How are we going to end this?
Yeah, no. You
I've
can't
had some
just
experiments.
assume.
I've done
You
some
have to
experiments.
And they probably won't accept it because you probably got a bunch of loot in your pocket and they just want the loot. So yeah.
Yeah, and what do women want from men?
It's not just money. I mean, they also say other things.
Marianne said that. You know? Marianne already said it.
Yeah, because
that's what I was trying to tell you, Kaiser. Don't just assume that, oh, they just say yes just because you're just so hot. They look at you and see, what does he have? What you got? Not how hot you are. So once you have that, yeah, any man can get 12 of his own, castle and team. Yeah, if you have what it takes, you can get it, but not every man does. And that's why polygamy is just for the few and monogamy is for the rest.
Yep, and then he can buy 12 separate homes for each one of them, and they'll only open the door when they feel like it.
Say that again.
He can buy 12 separate homes for each one of them, and they'll open the door when they feel like it.
That's right.
No, they'll open the door when he knocks on it. Because all those 12 doors, those are
because he doesn't have a key.
If you don't like it, you're out. Number 13 comes in.
But that's okay as long as I can keep the house.
Yeah.
No, actually,
the house is gonna be hers.
There wasn't divorce either. So I think number 13 will just have her house right next to yours. Just a reminder.
Okay, so I have a question. Why is monogamy?
Then that's not gonna work.
Why is monogamy bad? So that we all know why it's bad.
Pro-monogamist?
Well, just coming from
sorry. Why is polygamy bad? I said monogamy. I meant why is polygamy bad?
Coming from an American perspective, during the 80s, during the crime bill, they incarcerated more Black men than were ever enslaved in this country. So there's a huge deficit of men. So some women say, well, it's better to have some of a man than no man at all. Here I can sort of see where it's rising because the cost of everything is starting to go up. I'd rather have a little bit of help than no help at all. So a lot of people are just lowering their standard. They're used to, as long as my bills are paid, as long as he's not beating me, well, maybe it's not so bad. But what happens is, what do you then show your children? How are they going to navigate when they get older? Is this going to become the new norm? And is that the agenda?
And if I may add something there, Kaiser, were you asking for a friend or asking for yourself? But anyway, I would have loved Jarena to answer this question that you asked. I think it's pretty much important because she's not for it. Would have really loved Jarena to come back and just give us a rundown why she's against polygamy. And I think maybe her saying reading, there's also a difference between reading and also knowing and experiencing the practice, something that is being practiced on the ground. So I would have loved Jarena to come back again and just
I
want to
know too.
Down, because currently she just went on us on Swahili Nation without us really getting the crux of what.
But but Jarena, on her second time that she came in, she started discussing the issue. So that's the main point. Really, there's a conversation point that we need to conversate, and this is what we are. We conversate. There's so many. We got women abused, men abused. To tell you honestly, there's a lot of things that happens in this world. We cannot discuss them all. It's just one of the major things that we have in Africa is the polygamy that's being practiced and questioning it.
Yeah.
Whether we're going to stop it or advise it, we cannot stop it. To tell you honestly, we cannot stop it immediately. But as we go forward, we have to have okay, the person that's in the polygamous relationship, you have to give them alternate. Okay, you should do this and do that. Then who are we to really enforce that rules that they've been living like that for thousands of years? Since Adam time, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
It has to be an understanding. I think with all the influences that you have left and right, and at the same time, they might have in the polygamous relation, they got rules. They have the way of life put together. And when they have issues, one of the good things is that they discuss it within the family before it becomes public, and they resolve the issues. And believe me, for me as a man, having about 4 or 5 wives, and then children, and you got about 25 children, you know, it's very hard. Man is a man that can provide to extent. But when you have multiple wives,
but you need to do it like the Somalis. You know, they put the women to work. They help them set up a business, so the women kind of self-sustain themselves.
Oh, and they all do. Remember now, on all the polygamy, they are busy. They have work. But at the end of the day, you as a male, okay, I don't care what time it is, when you check in, you better be ready for that check-in time. And where you going? You're not gonna call Yasmina Aster, you know. you cannot confuse names to begin with. It's a lot of preparation for that man, even though he has all this wealth. Okay, maybe he might not care whether he calls you Yasmina or Aster, because they understand. Oh, okay, he's too busy that he cannot even put the name together. But again, as a woman, maybe that has an effect emotionally. Oh, shoot, he didn't even remember. And then he's gonna have to deal with all this daily task, daily information. I mean, for the guys in the Western world, it's like, you know, yeah, he's got his wife, you know, he's lucky and stuff like that. But at the same time, for one person to handle all that, it's very hard. It's not as simple as we can discuss about it right here. Because one, he's got his children with different women. And then he has the responsibility to be there for each woman. I mean, think about it. Even for us in the West and seeing things the way unravel in life with one wife versus 4 wives and replicating things, you know, gets a little bit hectic. But as Mariana said, if it is organic, they've been taught how to handle this. So us coming from the outside and trying to judge and to change things, you know, you better be ready to the repercussion that you can get, maybe from the women and as well from the men.
But you know, the thing is that you're used to it. This is where you grew up. This is your family structure. But just trying to put myself into that situation and just thinking the way I think, you're gonna notice the sorry, my teeth are not what they used to be, intricacies within that structure. Because you're gonna see, well, he treats that wife different than my mom. She has more value than my mom. So should I emulate to be like that wife? Or he treats this son, because you have that within your own family. You just got mama and daddy. Now you got all these other families, and you start to look, where do I sit on that peg? Where is my value at? What am I worth? And it can psychologically mess you up, because you're like, he doesn't love me like he loves you. And why am I not enough?
I have a question. In America, isn't it in the Black community, 70% of kids are born outside of marriage. Isn't it better that they have at least a concept of marriage than no marriage at all?
Not based on marriages I've done seen. A concept is any, if the marriage is, I grew up and had older neighbors. Some had children, some didn't. You know, some were married, they had kids, some were, you know, single, whatever. But you could see in those relationships love, respect, you know. Dad was going out to do whatever he had to do to hustle, going, you know, fixing these cars so I could put the food on the table. Now you don't, everybody's hustling for that dollar so hard here that a lot of kids are, you know, sort of raising themselves. The television is raising them. And that's why when I was talking about polygamy and all these other stuff, it's not really for me, because, you know, they're not going to change my mind, but they're trying to ingrain this in the children. And it's like, why? Because my thing is this going to benefit them? How are they going to be better? Because we in America are already dealing with all these psychological games you have to deal with. Do we need something added on top of it? So to be married just for the sake of marriage, and you seeing people are, you know, the division, the conflict, the fighting, that I've seen a lot of my friends who have dealt with that, and they got more psychological issues than I do. So I'm like, I think I'm good by myself over here. So hopefully that answers your question. Mm-hmm.
Dealt with polygamy?
Not polygamy. He was saying it's better be in a marriage.
Oh.
Than not. And then technically, yeah, polygamy, only here we just shacking up and he got multiple girlfriends and like 5 different babies floating around. So I don't know if that's the same thing because it doesn't have paper, but
no, it's not.
Polygamy has a structure.
Polygamy legitimizes all the women who have the children. It says that if the man is going to go out and find another woman, and sometimes it's the woman, like I said, so sometimes if the woman knows that her husband will have a roving eye, she will, you know, find him his prey before he does. So for the sake of peace, some women you would bring even their own sisters. Well, I think the definition, and let me play Wendatezi's role here, devil's advocate for my sister, and I wish she had come back. There was no disrespect, it was only disagreement. But when it comes to the oppressing of women, and understand this is the biggest obstacle for especially for women, because you see a man and he seems, it almost looks like a pimp situation, like a man, you know, just with women, and he's ordering them about and they're doing his bidding and all that. And I think that is what most people have associated polygamy with, because that's a form of a man and multiple women that we see only in the in the pimp situation. Well,
but the other thing I want to add, just a little touch on in the African continent, there were a lot of queens. Knowing there's polygamy, they knew, and they are the toughest queens that ruled in Africa, and yet they know about women rights. Believe me, when it comes to the fact about the women abuse, yes, there's women abuse. I'm not going to deny that, but again, it was not because of polygamy that they've been abused. You see what I'm saying? It's just it was something that organic, and it passed on and passed on. And like you brought up on the United States in 1980, when all this so and so went to prison. No, they don't say prison. He's incarcerated. Bitterly on his young age. He's 19, 18, okay? From 18, they give him a 10 years, 15 years, 20 years sentence. He comes out 35, okay? And at the same time, now he wants to reestablish. And when is the time that he's going to get married? Is he going to get himself put together first before his marriage? He gets, guess what? That right there is castration.
Yep. Yep.
They castrated all the American black males in the 80s. They tried them with drugs, okay? They thought they were going to sell the drugs, but they end up the white that's going to consume it. And now they see infestation. Now they have to start incastrating, which is castrating that population. So the number now start, the way of life start changing. So you'll have now even the rappers, I've seen it in the comments, it's like baby mama, it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean baby mama? Is this in the voluntary way to reproduce?
But I have a question, Biggie. Why is it that some of us, like I've never been pregnant yet, why is it that some of us guys, we don't get pregnant?
What?
What?
No, you should say that because they're working on that. They are actually working on that.
No. I meant, why is it that some of
us
they have artificial wombs out here?
Yeah, you gotta watch Junior.
No, I mean, why don't some of us
not
get
go
women
crazy? Kaizo,
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Explain, please.
Okay, why don't some of when you get pregnant, it's not just the woman who gets pregnant. It's supposed to be the man and woman get pregnant together and then they have a child.
100%. I know that.
So why is it some men don't have children? Yeah. So why don't some of us men actually do this before marriage or a secure relationship? For example, I've been in a situation where I've made a woman pregnant without wanting to. So is it not responsibility of us men well to take responsibility and to have understanding of our actions have consequences, and then to future families?
Well, coming from here is the further destruction of the family. Bottom line, they put everything on the woman. It's your fault. You did this. Maybe the same example you use. She's 20. She just had his kid. He's left school, incarcerated, whatever. He's not going to be in that kid's life. And then they look at her as, oh, you bringing this kid into this world. He doesn't have this. So it's already stigmatizing her from one way, mentally. But from the other way, it's financially. How do you get out of poverty if you have no education, you don't have your own home, you're not getting no inheritance because, who's going to leave it to you? So it creates a permanent underclass. And if you're so busy fighting just to put bread on the table, I don't have no type of energy or time to fight against the system. I'm just trying to feed my kids.
Why do poor people have the most children?
Sorry?
Why do poor people have the most children?
They have nothing else better to do,
Well, and also, a lot of times people don't want to put out the fact. A lot of the wealthier people have money that they'll take their daughters to the little spot and you go ahead and get this taken care of because we're not going to, put a shame on the name. You got a career going on. You're going to have a future. Nobody counts the number of times someone done aborted a kid. But they'll look at the girl who had 5 kids and say, look at you, you just sitting there having all these kids, and why are you making these choices?
Yes. Yeah, to answer your question, Tanzan.
Yes.
Yeah, to answer that question, I think it's to do with education and opening your mind to thinking about the future. When you're poor, generally speaking, you are thinking about day-to-day existence. You can't really plan for the future steps. So obviously, when you have children, it just happens because you work hard the whole day. You come back home, you and your wife have to relieve yourself. And also, you're not really thinking of the consequences because to you, you're dealing with day-to-day income, I made $5 a day. Tomorrow I'll make 6. The next day I'll make 5, then 7, like this. You don't have the time or excess amount of income to even plan So the concept of planning doesn't really exist. But when you start becoming more wealthy, generally speaking, you might be doing things that require planning. Let's say you move from being an employee at a chip shop to someone managing the chip shop. So if you're managing the chip shop, you have to now think about, okay, the price of the oil might change in the next 2 months because of the war in Ukraine. So then you have to now plan for events. And as you're planning for the events, you realize, if I have kids, last time I had kids, they cost this amount. So if I have another kid right now, it's going to cost X amount. So then you start to be able to plan. So I kind of tend to say poor people don't have as much responsibility when it comes to planning for the future. And as you get, more wealthy, usually, again, if you're doing it for the right reasons, like, a better job, or you have to now start contending with time. And I think that's really the main distinction.
Okay, that's a good answer. PA63 John says it gives them more chances to find a child that makes it for the transfer of wealth from one generation to another. So, that could be another reason. Maybe they feel that the more children they have, one of them might be the one to rescue them from poverty. Oh, we've been neglecting the comments a little bit. Let me see what they're saying. Sam is going to reveal the website very soon after he comes and reveals himself on SNN one of these good days. Okay, so we're waiting on that. We're waiting on that, Sam. Johnny Johnson, harems. I don't even know where we are in the conversation with that one, with the harems. But Rasputin, yeah, he was that Russian monk who just, it's like he had a spell on the royal ladies of the Tsarinas. And he just enveloped them, and he was said to have great prowess in the bedroom. And Jewish traditional life better. Israel peoples from Ethiopian background never did domestic workers, but in Israel they're forced to, just like Saudi Arabian areas. This was unheard of. Okay, that one I'm not sure what that means. How much men can possibly arrested to affect the men to female ratio? I doubt it would be significant to affect polygamy. Try to castrate me. Oh man, I am okay. Sorry. The comments are coming in, so I'm still trying to. How much men can possibly be arrested to affect the ratio? Oh, he said Jarina is not against polygamy because broke men shouldn't marry. Oh, okay. So she was on broke men shouldn't marry. And I was wondering why poor people have children. So maybe we might have found a common area somewhere there. Johnny Johnson says the institution of chattel slavery did big damage to the traditional African family, spirituality, and cultural realities, society, as far as breeding us like cattle by our European owners. Wow. I doubt. Sam is playing. If women had to choose to be lonely forever or in a polygamous relationship, which would they choose? Okay. That's Sam's question to the ladies. Most African women from the West USA diaspora don't know or have experience of female circumcision. Okay, that's just on a different thing altogether. Prohibition in the US was because men used to come home drunk and be abusive to women, so women rallied to ban alcohol. Okay. Sam says, yes, we're partially responsible. I think that's in reference to what Kaiser was saying about the men being responsible for creating children. I think that's what you're saying, but you can clarify. If you get a girl pregnant and tell her you don't want the kid and she decides to keep it, you shouldn't have to pay for child support or the child. Sam, you wish in your dreams. It gives them. Oh, welcome, Natnael Samson. No one is giving us the African perspective of a family. Oh, okay, we should do that. We should do that. It has nothing to do with money. Please join the live stream. Please do. Please do. Everyone in the chat, you're more than welcome. We will be trying to finish up soon, maybe in the next hour. So if you want to come in now. PS6, Pi, I should say, Pi, okay. Says, don't the pharmacy... That's Pi. Pi, yes, Pi. I still read it as PA363, John. I should read it as Pi. Okay. Don't let the farmers in Ethiopia have many children to work. Don't the farmers in Ethiopia have many children to work in the field? I don't know. Let us not be judgmental about it, but rather give a holistic view of past and the present. Yes, indeed, Nathaniel. That is what we are trying to do today. We're just trying to have a discussion. There's no agenda. I'm not pushing for polygamy. I don't want to be in polygamy. I am not being paid by the Polygamist Association of the World.
Maria Antoinette, you're just going to have to answer all these about, because when he said wanting your child to do better than you did is a universal concept. So when you have this, this is from Pi, just looking at it, and it's just, yes, every parent want to have his child be better than him. And I think it's very much international. But at the same time, when you talk about having more children, the Ethiopian farmer having more children, listen, he doesn't have YouTube, he doesn't have entertainment. Everything that he has, when after a long day of hard work, is the only person that he's going to face intimacy is right there. And things, there's no birth control, there's no nothing. So eventually do it just by, wanting to do it. It just happened because it's nature takes over. But those of us that are within YouTube, spending time on our games, spending time going out the bar and everything else, when is it going to be the time that you have, so many children? You don't, because you don't have time. And you're not spending with your better half more than the farmer does. Because at the end of the day, he's going to be with his family. And the percentage having another child is high than the city boy. Put it that way. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Sister Deborah.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay, ጥያቄ አለኝ።
You got a question?
አንደኛ ለምሳሌ ብዙ ልጆች ያየው ነው። ለምሳሌ ኢትዮጵያ ሆኖ አሜሪካዊ ያገቡ አሉ። ኢትዮጵያዊ ሆኖ ሌላ ሀገር አውሮፓ ውስጥ የሚኖሩ ዜጋ እንትን ያገቡ አለ። ይሄ ላይ ችግር አለ። አንደኛ ለምሳሌ እኔ ኢትዮጵያዊ ነኝ። ይሁን አንድ የአሜሪካ ዜጋ ካገባው ይሁን ደግሞ አፍሪካዊ ሳውዝ አፍሪካ ይሁን ታንዛኒያ ይሁን ምንም ዜጋ ከሆነ ካገባው ችግር አለ። አንደኛ ሁለተኛ ደግሞ ሰውየው ስንት እንዳያገባ አላውቅም። አሁን አራት አምስት ምናምን የሚያገቡ አሁን ይሄ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ነው? ዝም ብለው ማግባት ብቻ ነው? ልጆች መውለድ ነው? ምንድን ነው? አልገባኝም።
Okay. One, she's asking and questioning. ቆይ አረ ሁለቱን ላስረዳና ከዛ ሶስተኛ እንገባለን። She's talking about, the first question is about cross marriage and different culture, different things. If she's getting introduced to different ways of the marriage aspect of it, okay, and the validity of it. And the second one, she asked, if how can I say it? Boy, I just got a little, as they call a brain fart. Sorry. The first question is the cross marriages and affecting on where you stand. And then the second one is on the polygamy, having multiple wives and all that. Where's that part of love? Is there love in it? Anybody volunteer to answer?
Before we do, can you explain what you mean by cross marriage? The cross marriage?
Meaning that she's Ethiopian and she goes and meet an American. She marry an American. Okay, and there's some kind of love. She's putting in a contrast.
Oh, okay. Yes, I get it.
Eventually comes to, not only within your own locality, but just going out of your locality, you still have that sense of love. So she's bringing it down to polygamy, as that has the sense, you know, because now you got two different nations or counties, whatever differences, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Now comparing it to the polygamy, is there such love in there?
I see that. Oh, do you want to say something, sister?
Yes. ሶስተኛ ደግሞ ለምሳሌ እኔ ኢትዮጵያዊ ከሆንኩ የወይን አሜሪካዊ አንድ ዜጋ ካገባው እኛ ውስጥ ልጅ አንድ ሰው ካገቡ ልጅ ይፈልጋሉ፣ ልጅ ይወልዳሉ። እዛ ጊዜ አሁን ፍቅርም አለ፣ ሰው ይሳሳታል፣ የወይን መጣላት አለ፣ ማፈታት አለ። ያ እኔና እሱ ውስጥ አለ ፍቅር ትንሽ ችግር ከተፈጠረ ልጆቹ ላይ ምንድን ነው የሚፈጠረው? ለምሳሌ እኔ እሱ ልጆቹ አሜሪካዊ ይሆናሉ እነሱ። ለምሳሌ አሁን እኔ ራሴ ልጆቼ ነው ብዬ ወስጄ ኢትዮጵያዊ ከሄድኩ ወይም በመልክ በምኑ እንትን ይለያል ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ማለት ነው። ልጆች ደግሞ ወደ አባት ይሆናሉ። የአባቱ ዘር ምናምን ቀይ፣ እኔ ጥቁር ነኝ እሱ ነጭ ከሆነ ልጆቹ ላይ ምን አይነት ጫና ነው የሚመጣ? እንደዚህ አይነት ሌላ ዜጋ ለምሳሌ ነጮች የሚያገቡ ልጆቹ ወደ የአባቱ ዘር የሆነ አባቱ እንትን ይሆናሉ ፊታቸው። ለምሳሌ እኔ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ገባው እኔ ምን አይነት ልጆች ላይ ጫና የሚመጣ? ይሄ ሌላ ዜጋ የሚያገቡ ልጆች አሁን እዚህ ላይ እንዴት ነው እነሱ መፈታት የሚችሉ? ወስደ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እኔ ልጆቼ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ወልጄ ከሄድኩ አባቱ ይጠየቃል። አባቱ ደግሞ ሩቅ ነው። አባቱ ጋር ቢቀመጡ እኔ ደግሞ ልጆቼ ይፈልጋሉ። ምን አይነት ነው ልጆቹ ላይ ጫና የሚፈጥረው?
ግን ከዚህ አሁን ያለን ዲስካሽን ጋር ደግሞ ሌላ እንትን ጥያቄ ነው። So basically I'm going to translate this and it's interracial marriages, and when it comes to a point where there's a divorce that's going to occur, and what kind of problem it creates, that they want to go their father's side, the mother's side, any which way, but the effect on the children. So I think እንደሚገባኝ ከሆነ ሌቦራ በዚህ ፖሊጋሚ ብዙ ሴቶች አግብቶ ቁጭ በሚለው ወንድ ላይ ያለውን ሪሌሽን ኮምፔር ነው የምታደርገው? ብዙ ሴቶች አግብተው ብዙ ልጆች ወለደ፣ እዛ ላይ ቢፋቱ ነው ኮምፔር የምታደርግ ያለሽው?
አይደለም። እሱ እኮ ብዙ ሴቶች አግብቶ ወለደ። አንደኛ ለልጆቹ ጫና ይበዛል። ለምሳሌ የእሱ ሀብት የሚፈልገው ሁሉም የእሱ አሁን 5 ሴት ካገባ ሁለት ልጆች ከወለደ እንትኑ የአባቱ ሀብት ይፈልጋሉ። እዛ ላይ ልጆቹ ላይ ጫና ይመጣል። ይሄ እኔ እንደሱ አይደለም። እኔ አልኩ ለምሳሌ እኔ ኢትዮጵያዊ ነኝ። አንድ አሜሪካ ዜጋ ካገባው አሜሪካ ዜጋ ካገባው እኔ አገብቼ ብቻ የሚመጣ ልጆቼ ላይ ምንድን ነው ጫና የሚመጣ? ልጆቼ ላይ ጫና አይመጣም። ወደ አባቱ ነው የሚቀሩ፣ ወደ እኔ ነው የሚቀሩ። እኔ ወስጄ ወደ ኢትዮጵያ ከሄድኩ ደግሞ መልካቸው ይለያያል። ለምሳሌ ትምህርት ቤት ከሄዱ ምናምን ብሎ እኔ ስላየው ነው።
ግን እዚህ ይሄኛው ጥያቄ ደግሞ አሁን ለምናወራው ላይ ጥያቄውን አቅርቤዋለሁ። ግን አሁን ለምናወራ ያለ ነው ስለ ብዙ ላገቡ ማለት ብዙ ሚስት ያለው እና ብዙ ልጆች ያለው ነው። እና የአንቺ ጥያቄ እሱን ባስተካክለው እንደሚመስለኝ ምን አይነት ጫና ነው የሚወስደው ለልጆቹ? ከብዙ ሚስቶች የተወለዱ ልጆች እና ምን አይነት ጫና ነው የሚወስደው? እሱ ጥሩ ይመስለኛል። ግን ለጠየቅሽው ደግሞ ለባልና ሚስት ተፋተው ሁለቱም ልዩ ልዩ ሀገር ሆነው ልጆቹ ላይ ምን አይነት ጫና ለሚሰራው ደግሞ እጠይቀዋለሁ። ግን ለአሁን ላለነው ዲስካሽን ግን እኔ ወደ እንትኑ ጋር ሄዳለሁ፣ ወደ ልጆቹ ጋር ከብዙ ሴቶች የተወለዱ ልጆች ወንድማማቾች ማለት ነው። እነሱ ምን አይነት ጫና እንዳላቸው ማለት ነው። እሱ ልጠይቅ እችላለሁ። ምን ይመስልሻል?
አዎ ለምሳሌ ሰውየው አሁን 5ም ቢሆን 4ም ቢሆን ስንት እንዳያገባው እኔ አላቅም፣ ግን ልጆቹ ላይ በጣም ትልቅ ጫና ይመጣል። ልጆቹ እርስ በርሳቸው መወደድ
አንቺ ያገባሽው የምትይው ሌሎችም ሚስት ያሉትን ሰውዬ ነው?
ኖ እኔ ሁለት ጥያቄ ነው ጠይቁ። ሰውየው ያገባው 4ም ይሁን 3ም 4ም 5ም ቢሆን ቢያገባው ምን አይነት ልጆቹ ላይ ጫና ይመጣል? እኔ ያገባ ደግሞ ሁለተኛ እኔ ራሴ ምሳሌ ወሰድኩ። ሌላ ዜጋ አውሮፓዊ ዜጋ የሆነ አሜሪካዊ ዜጋ ጋር ያገባው ለምሳሌ ድንገት ፍቺ ከመጣ ልጆቼ ለሱ ጥዬ ነው ወደ ሀገር የሚሄዱ ነው ወስጄ ብሄድ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ወስጄ ብሄድ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ደግሞ ጫና በከለሩ የሆን ጫና ይመጣል። ትምህርት ቤት አንተ ነጭ ነው ምናምን ብሎ ምናምን ይሄ ሁለቱ ላይ ጫና ይመጣል።
Okay. Very quick on this on the two questions that you have that I would say about the intra-marriage, okay? And having a child, and then you have a divorce or anything else. And when I bring, let's say she whether she gives it to the father or bring them to home, and now they got different colors and they experience this different things because of their color or because they are mixed children, right? That's one question, how to handle this kind of situation. The second one is on the polygamy. When you have, she gave an example of up to 5, and he's got 2 children from each wives. And when it comes to property ownership and everything else, doesn't it bring any kind of pressure among the kids? That's the question.
ና እሱማ የጎዳም እንዴ 4 የሚያገባ 5 የሚያገባ 4 የሚያገባ
ልጆቹ ላይ ነው የምለው። ልጆቹ ላይ
ልጆቹም ላይም እሱ ላይም ጎዳት አይመጣም። ለምሳሌ እሱ 4 ካገባ 5 ካገባ 5ቱ ላይ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ወስደ ያገኛል።
Okay. In addition is he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wives. Is he going to have the true love among the 5 women? Anybody going to take a shot?
He has what? Can you repeat the last one again?
He's got
children. He's got
multiple children.
By 2 women.
He's got multiple wives. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Polygamy.
Yes.
And is he going to really have the same equal love across?
Love, yes. And that brings us back to the topic Umandatezi had raised about love, whether the old-fashioned people felt it. So, and that's one of the drawbacks of polygamy. There are disadvantages, and that's why it's good to discuss. On the first one, that one is a different thing. That one, maybe one day we can have a different discussion on that. But
right.
But when it comes to, I would say, intertribal I don't think there's a real problem there. I think we talked about that one time. For us, usually the woman marries into the tribe. So if it's 2 different tribes, let's say the Hausa and the Yoruba, if you marry into the Yoruba, you just adopt the Yoruba structure and you just become one with the tribe. But when it comes to people from other places, I think it's a whole different thing. And, if you want to involve yourself with that, you're going to get into a lot of confusion. I'll just let it go at that. So when it comes to the idea of whether you can love you know, the two women, the first thing I would say is that when it comes to your children, I don't care. You have to love all your children equally. It doesn't matter if you don't like the woman who, you know, gave birth to your children, or, you know, you have a divorce, or, you know, you as a woman don't like the man. You know, your children, you will love them no matter what. So the children, and always we have to start with the children. Who is taking care of the children? You know, we can love each other and all that and have a merry old time, but who's taking care of the children? So I think the first thing that we always start with as an African family, and Nathaniel was good to remind us, is what is the African way of looking at things. On the whole general principle, is about the value of life. At every point is the value of life, and there's no life more valuable, more in need of protection than the life of a child. So when we ask this, and I do hear the legitimate concerns against polygamy, because even those people who are against it, they're against it because, you know, maybe it's not good for the children. Somebody says, if you see your mother being treated worse than your other mother, then yes, you will feel, you know, you'll feel differently and you'll feel resentful. So that is a great concern. On the other hand, I also say that if you feel that you're a child of an illegitimate child, or a child of your father is not there, or you're a child of a mistress, and that happens nowadays there's no restriction against having children outside or inside of marriage. People are free to have as many and as few children as they want, and nobody can stop them. You can't stop anybody from having children. The only thing that you can restrict is marriage. So you can say, you can't tell people, oh, you have to marry, you know, once you have children. So that's no longer an enforcement. So we start with the children. What is best for the children? If being in a polygamous family is not good for them, then we should definitely be against it. If it helps them in some way, then we have to re-examine it. So when it comes to loving your children, let's just say that a man will love all his children, no matter, you know, how he feels about the women. Let's start with that. When it comes to loving the two women, that was always an issue with the women, firstly, because there was an idea. The first thing that we also said, the value of Africanness is the value of respect. We always respected not just the elders, but each other, ourselves, you know. And women also had, you know, this code of respect where the first wife always got the highest respect. She was always respected even by the other women. And there was also an injunction against the man, firstly, you know, playing favorites. I think also, you know, playing favorites with the women. And also it was always back to the children. The man had rules about apportioning certain amount of food depending on how many children the woman had. So it was also according to need, not just according to the whims of the man. So there were rules against, we foresaw all these things. We foresaw the jealousy of the women, the competition, the favoritism, and there were rules in place to combat, you know, deal with that. Not that they didn't exist. So in terms of favoritism, the first woman was respected, and usually the favorite was, you know, usually the most recent woman, you know, the youngest wife. And even though all the women might have known that there was a favorite, they still had, you know, their respect according to, you know, where they were, and just being the wives of, you know, the great man, because every addition to the household was, you know, was a boost to the entire household of the man. The more wives, like we said, the more wives a man had, the more he was respected. So as a woman, the more wives your husband had, the more your household was respected. So in terms of that would have been one aspect of looking at it, that there were rules, that people did know that this favoritism and jealousy was going to exist, but there was ways to combat it so that it did not negatively affect the children. The other thing also is the competition between women. That one was also there. In fact, you know, in some cases, in some types, they almost call like the co-wife, like the competition wife. It wasn't always sister wife. It was like a competitor, but it's like a competitor that makes you better. So the women, and your competitor is not always, you know, a bad thing. And your competitor can also be your helper. For example, the women would compete, but they would also learn to take care of each other's and each other's children. And knowing that your children had another person, another woman to look after them, that was sort of a peaceful thing, because even if something happened to you, there would be, it depends on your relationship with the other women. And that's why some women try to control that aspect of polygamy by themselves being act proactive in choosing who they would be co-wifing with. So, but I wouldn't say that in this environment it would be very practical, because people do look at it from a very different point of view. And not that women in the past were not possessive, but I think that they traded the security of being part of a household with the with the being with one person. Now, if you have one person, you should especially be with that, because nowadays, even just maintaining a relationship between two people is, difficult enough, let alone, having two or four or all that. So I wouldn't recommend it in this day and time, but we have to look at why it was the way it was. And unfortunately, now that we don't have it, we're also faced with a different problem of the idea of men finding some men, and not all, because it's not all men who are polygamous, like we said. Some men going out and making children with different women. Either we're going to, have one official one and every other woman thrown to the side, or we're going to say, all of you. No, we should have a rule that you can't have children without getting married. But since we can't, we should say that even the children who are born outside of the ideal circumstances should also be given some type of, respect. Yes, I'll let Monetezi has been quiet for some time. Let's hear him speak.
Yeah, before that, I just want to really want to say congratulations to Johnny Johnson. He's been married for 47 years, and
wow, congratulations!
Yes, we really want to know the secret of. You see, this is where the most experience that can tell us about love, about the essence of love, and how he accomplished and still living together for 47 years. Believe me, I got my hats off. I salute you, and we want to learn about that, because I want to bring this discussion one of these days. This is very important to learn from people that have a relationship for long term, and that will help also the young that just got married and prosper through their marriage. Really, Johnson, thank you so much for telling us about that, because we have a great respect for that.
Yes, indeed. Great respect. Absolutely.
All right, Mondatezi, it's your turn.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting discussion, guys. And I've just been hearing you guys talk. It's been my opinions on marriage are also very controversial. I don't know. I personally, I don't see anything wrong with divorce. Like, I feel like this might ruffle some feathers, but I feel like what we're having today is actually the most natural. What is it? Natural human beings are in their most natural state, where there are really no rules or people telling you what to do. There's just too much freedom. So you really get to see what human beings really are and what they feel. And that's why I'm like, okay, if divorce is, because if you look at the statistics, like marriages right now are not doing too well. As an institution, it's really taking a hit. Even in Africa, it's not just a Western thing, it's just all over the world, it's taking a hit. As women get more freedom, as even men, as we get more freedom, people can live now. People can live marriages without any of the societal consequences that used to happen maybe 30 years ago, or maybe even 40 years ago. So I feel like maybe this is just natural. Maybe this is just natural evolution, and I don't think we're ever going to go back to that the old days, as people like to say, like when marriage, because as you have seen just in this stream alone, how passionate women, when you even talk about polygamy, just how passionate some women can come here and say, hey, we don't even remind us of those days, So I think my opinion of marriage and my opinion still stands that people who were back in the day, doesn't just because they had maybe longer marriages or had what you might think was stronger relationships because of the rules that, hey, women were not allowed to maybe to do a lot of stuff. It's really, it's like, yeah, there is some element of oppression. Like women are not allowed to like, marry another guy or even divorce. So you find, of course, when you have such rules, the statistics of marriage or it look good. But now when you see people in their more natural state where they it's not looking as like, and you can blame the media or you can blame the movies, but the movies really, they show us what we want to see. Because movies, there are also movies I've seen even in the music, they really just tell us what we want to hear. They show us what we want to see. If they didn't, if they showed us what we didn't want to see, they won't be selling. They will be tanking. As some do. So I think we need to really we just look at ourselves and understand ourselves as a society that maybe this is where we are now. That
so we're all just a bunch of degenerates.
No. That's the thing. Now that's the thing. Who said? That's what I'm saying. Who said that a marriage should last forever? I don't know. It's who said that. Why is it supposed to last? It's not written in anywhere. Like, hey, marriages are supposed to last forever. You should tolerate somebody if it doesn't have to. Sometimes you can
maybe not tolerate, but just learn to live with somebody. If Brother Johnny Johnson can live.
But those were rules set by men. Like just the same way these are new rules set by men. Like, hey, the rules of the day these days are, hey, marriage doesn't need to last forever. You can be married and you can still divorce and marry again.
But you know what lasts forever or for a really long time? Children. Love. If you're so cavalier about
yeah. I think we need to.
Yeah, divorce is not just breaking up with your girlfriend. Divorce is tearing apart a whole family.
Nah. Okay, you I don't think. How do you tear apart a whole family? Just because I rather because I've seen marriages where it's just better off being divorced than sleeping in separate rooms, not talking to just it's not if it's not working. And we're in a free world.
You're just trying to find somebody else to sleep in another room with.
Can we not conflate marriage with relationship and love? The two things are separate. Marriage is an institution. Marriage and so-called relationship, now that's a separate thing. Marriage is more
talking like an old man now?
No. Actually, no. Here's what I think. I don't think you can separate marriage from love and marriages, and that's not realistic. If people don't love each other and you think they're going to stay in a marriage, that's just torture to me. Like, let's separate this. It becomes a chore. Then what? Then who's benefiting from that? So I feel like maybe we are holding ourselves to rules that men of a certain time and day had. Maybe it was convenient for them then, but we are also people of our own rights here. We can make our own rules in our own time, and I think this is what's happening right now in the world, actually. And marriage as an institution is not doing well in the modern time because people, you just have to accept that, hey, people are divorcing left, right. It's just in a high rate. Even in Africa, you see it's skyrocketing, and people think it's a bad thing. But I feel like maybe that's just how we work. If you have the freedom, if there are freedoms to divorce and you can move on and still be happy, I think we should accept that it's okay. We shouldn't.
And I think that the one thing is,
in fact, for the divorced people, if because there are many amongst us, if we start talking like as if they have lived in failed marriages, well, it's not. I don't know. You're just isolating them. So we should also embrace these people. We should just embrace everybody and accept that people sometimes should just live their lives, and some people. We are living in a time of freedom where marriage, some people are okay with having divorces, and it's a lifestyle. People get divorced two times, 3 times, and they are okay. Some people, they want to have long-term marriages. They're also okay, but I don't think there is a failure of any system. I just think that the world is becoming is evolving to a new chapter where, and I can guarantee you, 60 years from now, there'll be people who are saying, no, back in the day we used to divorce easily, and now look what, So it's just times change. So I think that's just what I'm trying to say.
So if you want divorce to be so easy, then what's the point of marriage? Nobody gets into a marriage, waiting for divorce.
That's actually a good question. That's actually a good question. That's actually a good question. Yeah.
And one of the problems is people do not want to compromise. We live in the 21st century. What I want is what I want. I'm supposed to have all these pretty things. I'm supposed to be living like the Kardashian. I'm supposed to be Gucci down. And when that reality doesn't set in, it's somebody else's fault because it's not what I'm doing. So now you got two people who are together who have that same mindset that if I'm not happy, if every day is not like a party, why am I here? Instead of like Mr. Johnson, 47 years, every day could have been merry-go-rounds, roses, and like being at an amusement park, but they committed and they stuck in. And I think the thing is, the people nowadays is like, if it gets hard, I'm gone. I make enough money. How much is that rent over there? Bye. See you later. I ain't got time for this. And that has a huge impact on the kids because now you're breaking them apart from their fathers. And then on the flip side of that, a lot of people are getting married because, look, she's a dime piece. Look, all my boys really like her. Look, she look good in that outfit. Not knowing when she take that makeup off, you got Herman the Monster or whatever. And then she's looking at him like, well, he got some money, we live in a nice place, but I don't like you, but the money looks good, so I'm sticking around. So how do you have a happy marriage in that?
You're funny.
I understand.
No, that's true. Oh, okay, let's go. It seems this comment section has been really heating up with oh wow, Kaizoria was there saying he's a feminist. Okay, now he's super trolling now. Kaizo, you're a feminist now. Oh, okay. Someone else is shaking their heads at your 99% of your comments today. Nile, voice of reason in the comment section. Human virtues are core factors in determining who marries who, not who is rich and who is broke. Marriage is a union and children belong to the community. And Mr. Johnson, if you do feel the inclination, please do call in one day so we can have, just a chat, because I think everybody here wants to know how you managed, such a great achievement. It is very rare to see, Black marriages, and an example of one would be wonderful for everybody. At your
that's actually a good question.
What's that? Say that again.
Why is it rare?
I know. Oh, wow, that's another one we'll have to talk about. So
perhaps it is a truth that we need to accept ourselves as who we are instead.
You're just so pessimistic, Modetezi.
No, I'm not being pessimistic. Look at what the Minister of Education himself has said. Freedom has downwashed a lot of values and meanings. Now, I have something. I actually contradict that. I think that we are having a new set of values and meanings that freedom has brought us. It just brought us just a different set of values and meanings, and they don't coincide with the old values and meanings. So you find that there's a lot. Some people feel like, hey, in the past we used to be like this. Now there's just because we have different values now. We have different, marriage has a different value than it used to have 100 years ago. Marriage has a different meaning now than it used to have 100 years ago. So, and it will never go back to that meaning again. It will never have that value as it used to have. Maybe because of all the situation that was happening at that time. The situation is different now. So that's why I say, I don't see anything wrong with people maybe divorcing or going into third marriages, or that's just polygamy in extra steps or something like that. But yeah, but if that's how they feel, like these are the, you know, that hey, monogamy is a value, and but I don't want to, but I also want to have multiple experiences. So it is still, these are just different values, and we should also respect that. Hey, people are coming with this freedom in a world that is just different from the world that used to have, you know, which I find by the way was very oppressive. The world now is just people are just being more natural with themselves. People are being true to their what they want, and sometimes it may look shallow. It looks, you know, like, oh my god, that's you know, you enter marriage for the hype, and when the hype is gone, you don't want to be in a marriage. Yeah, it sounds shallow. Yeah.
No, I one thing when that is, you know, I'm from old school, but at the same time, I can imagine for me coming back to the conversation of polygamy, and at the same time, here I am. I'm gonna say, hey, daddy, you know, meet my first wife to be, right? And then a week later, I come back again and meet my second wife to be. You know, conversation like that. You know, can you imagine what your parent goes through to begin with when you compare to the relationship? So for a lot of the divorce part of situation, they are rushed marriage. You know, sometimes, you know, when you get to know that person deep in the one-on-one life and start living together, the whole image that was presented, either the male or the female, is totally different when you come into the actual living in the marriage institution. And I think I call it more of a rush decision. They shouldn't even be married. Sometimes, you know, there's no background check. You know, you didn't check each other out to begin with. You thought you got everything in there. And also we got a so-called love and infatuation that can make you different believe and understanding. And then you have that ego that kicks in and say, oh, no, I'm not going to let go. I'm going to determine, I'm going to go through it. All this, you know, at the end, when it comes to one house, one living and all that, everything falls apart. So I believe, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of the relationship that goes into divorce is not knowing one another. You totally know each other. Sometimes the woman say, hey, you know, I'm going to get married before I reach 30. There's a clock ticking. And at the same time, the man that's going to say, I'm going to have a family and everything else. You know, I found the right woman. And both clashes in the relationship. But in this, going back to the polygamy, it's pretty much referred, you know, within their society. Okay, I'm going to marry the daughter of so and so, and then there's already a background check within the community. Everybody knows each other, understand who she's going to be marrying, and it facilitate to a lot of not known. You're not going to be surprised once you get into the marriage. But when it comes to the monogamy, you have all these other nuances, influences, wealth, checking out. Oh, what does he do? Oh, he's doing. Oh, no, I'm not interested. You see what I mean? And so they didn't even. The minute that you try to hook him up, he's a computer in the computer science. Oh no, I'm going to marry a doctor, a surgeon. You understand? It's already pre-planned, and then when they enter the marriage, things start falling apart. That means not knowing each other. And like you said, you know, to your discussion, you know, now divorce has been accepted 100%. You know, even though there's some resentments, certain fixed marriages and stuff like that, and walking out on a marriage, it has some negative family and friends issues, and that is always ongoing, and that promoted instead of sticking around to the end of it. See the differences where you miss the points, and if you don't put those together and not being able to sit down and say, oh, I have no time for that, unless it's infidelity, you know. Things that really break up marriage is financial loyalty, which is fidelity is very important in the in the structure of matrimony. So if you don't have any of these three, then you're bound to fail, especially family values, because you got married, not having the children, that's a different thing. But usually marriages that end up by having children, you have to think twice, because at the end, your divorce is going to hurt more of the kids than the adults that have their own lives.
Yes.
Yeah. If I was to ask, is there infidelity in polygamous marriages? You know, so
technically no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no time. Yeah, no time.
Now you see, this is the thing. This is the, like I told you, like if we just live in a time of different values, but we are still the same human beings, just more free. The freedom. Look, before we just called it polygamy because we weren't free and we had to label it somewhere. But now because we don't label it, you know, it's looking like we're lost or something. It's called infidelity. Now it's a bad thing. But,
oh man, let me tell you something, and let me try to sort of get the middle ground between, because I do definitely agree with Biggie about, you know, having a structure and sticking to it. This whole idea of people walking in and out of marriages randomly and producing babies all over the place, to me, if that's freedom, I'd rather not be free, that free. But you know, at this.
I don't think you understand. You rather go back to the days when women don't work you rather go back to the days when women don't work, and that's that. You know, like freedom is sweet. All I'm saying is, here's what I think. People don't. Let me give the African. Not Nile. The Minister of Education was here talking about African perspective. You know.
Yes.
100 years ago, there were no background checks. What background checks are taking? You
snatched there was.
Montetezi.
No. What?
Go ahead, Biggie.
Yeah, the background check has been always the key.
Yes.
Even to the day that you're gonna marry, you marry the woman, your family or her family have something to say about you.
Oh, investigations have been made prior to the arrangements.
Absolutely.
I don't know. If I could, let me quote. We talked about this a while back. I don't know. I remember there was a South Sudanese guy here, and we were also talking about how women used to be snatched in Africa. It was just literally you see that woman, you like her, you arrange to snatch her from it's like literally kidnapping. It was just kidnapping. I don't know, and that was a thing. And it was like, you know, and when your daughter doesn't come back home after the whole day, it was just assumed that, oh yeah, now she's married. You know.
Well,
so
yes. Well, what would happen after the snatching? After the snatching, there were some different methods. The woman would be snatched and then kept in the house, and then the women of that household would come and try to explicate with her and try to make her stay. And then they would, in the meantime, send a message to her family and tell her, we have your daughter. After 3 or some more days, they would ask the woman, do you want to stay or do you want to leave? Sometimes she would stay, sometimes she would leave. That's for one of the cultures. Some of those cultures, the other ones, once you're snatched, you know, you were snatched, and then your family, you would be told, and then now they would start the marriage process. So that's how I understood it. But yes, when it comes to knowing the family, yeah, maybe those ones didn't go into too much investigation, but I'm sure during that whole ceremony, they would find out something about each other. And usually the man would have found out something about the girl, even if unfortunately he didn't approach her. So those are practices we need to leave behind. Those ones I can say yes.
Yeah. No, the Minister of Education has said something right here. You know, this is a very interesting discussion because we like to we romanticize the past so much. Your family tree is counted before, so that there is no relations with each. Now here's the thing. I don't know this thing about family trees. It never existed before the colonization. You know that?
What is the family tree is counted before so that there are no relations and nothing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that one is done. People have to know their family tree deep down so that you don't.
No. It never existed before. That's why a lot of
Africans. It did exist.
It did. I'm sorry, Mundatezi. Mine goes all the way to Jangarin, so I know the family tree exists.
Yes, thank you, Biggie. Thank you.
Yeah, all the way all the way to your first forefather. If you really follow through.
You can go back and back and back and back, and I don't even know how people hold so much memory. But hold on, we are about about 4 hours in, so let's try to wrap it up for a bit. But in regards to the freedom aspect of it, I do agree with you, Mundatezi, that we should be more accepting of different forms of how people practice themselves. And one thing I would say about our past people, it's not that they were better or more moral or less emotional. They were not better than us in a way. They still had human nature. It was still the same then as in now. I think what was better with them is that they knew that human beings left to their own devices would do whatever they wanted. If a man could run off and just have his fun without any consequences, he would do that. If a woman could have her way and just have everything she wanted without any consequence, she would do that. And things were put into place to deal. It's not that people are denying that people have evil natures or they're selfish or they're just human. It's that what are we going to do with those proclivities? So the first thing was to understand the nature of man and woman and child. Children, we already know they're weak and defenseless, and they need protection and love and nurturing. Women, we know they need protection and security, and they love children and they're good at nurturing. Men, they are good at protecting and they're for fighting and all those things. And women are also good at business. That's why African women always went to the market and they were not just sitting at home doing nothing. They would be in the farms, in the market. So it was not like they were sitting down. Not romanticizing, by the way, because Mundatezi is going to go there. But everybody had positions. When it came to the family, the reasons why the laws were put into place is because we recognize that people would just live for no reason. Divorce was not common, not because people were just more, faithful, but because the consequences of it were very, difficult, and especially for the children. The main thing is, where would the children go? Either with the mother or the father and all of that stuff. So even those things were put into question, and they would deliberate about them and say, what are we going to do in this situation? Now, the good thing about it now is that everybody is free to do whatever they want with no judgment. Before, even with women, for the women, BJ, for the women used to have the power of shaming another woman. For example, if a woman was, I think somebody was here earlier who was saying giving it away too easily. I think that was she said, yeah. So women are lowering their standards, and the consequence for women will lower. Some women lowering their standards is it lowers the standard for all women. Before, women would demand marriage before, even having sex. And that was why virginity was valued as a treasure. And that was also why... sorry?
That can be disputed.
Okay, yes, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will dispute. So that's one of the reasons. So the standard, what women demanded was... I demand marriage. I demand, a household. I demand respect. I demand, to have my own before I give that to you. And that was their demand. And the men, they had to provide. They had to be able to take care of the woman, and they had children and all of that. So that was what it was. But now, and also, getting children before marriage. Before, it used to be looked down upon as, shameful for a woman to have children before wedlock. But nowadays, it's not such a big deal. So that, in a good way, it's good because, there's no shame that, even if you come from such a household, there's no shame. But at the same time, it normalizes. So maybe, yeah. So if somebody says that you're lowering the standard, if you're lowering the standards, it's those who get something for a cheaper value, not those who demand marriage, because polygamy is about the other women demanding also to have legitimacy with the first one. No, not demanding really, because it's not, nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. So in terms of that, I think that if we are going to accept all these new freedoms of people, just being casual with serial monogamy, then why is polygamy such a shocking thing to consider? If people are already fast cheating inside of their marriage, if people already marrying and divorcing within 2 weeks of each other, if people already just, having all kinds of casual, random one-night stands, then what is so shocking about a man and several wives and children? What is so shocking about having a household that way when people are already accepting all kinds of, wilder sounding things? Okay, everybody can have a few minutes. We'll try to get out of here in, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes max. I know there's a lot still to be said. I know we haven't even gotten into what, the core of love and marriage and all that, and we just dived headlong into multiple stuff before we started the first one. So go ahead, everyone.
Okay, one of the things, Deborah was trying to say something. Where, Deborah?
Oh, sorry, sis. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Deborah.
ለምሳሌ አሁን እሱ ወንድሜ ያለ ዲቮርስ ለምሳሌ ፍች አለ። እኔ እንደዚህ አይነት አልቀበልም። መጀመሪያ እውነተኛ ፍቅር አለ። እውነተኛ ፍቅር ከሆነ እኮ 4-5 ማግባት አያስፈልግም። እግዚአብሔር የፈቀደ አንድ ነው። ለአንድ ወንድ አንድ ሴት ነው። ለአንድ ሴት ደግሞ አንድ ወንድ ነው። እሱ እንደፈለገ መግባት ይችላሉ። ግን የእግዚአብሔር ትዳር ማለት ስጦታ ነው። ዝም ብሎ አይደለም፣ ፋሽን አይደለም። እኛ ዝም ብለን ቀለልን እናያይን አይደለም። ትዳር ስጦታ ነው። እኔ ገብቼ ማላቅም ግን you
brought an important case in Managaralabin and that she said she's not really opposing she said my brother Mundatezi, right? She said I'm not opposing, yes, people can divorce, but she said first of all, marriage is a gift. And it's a gift that comes from above to put two men, a man and a woman, together. That's where the key word is. It's a gift. All right, go ahead, Deborah. Sorry. You don't have to marry 4 or 5 wives to find out there's love and all. You should try the first one. If you have the ultimate love, you should be sticking to one. Okay, go ahead.
አንድ ሴትና አንድ ወንድ የሚወደዱ እንትን ለምሳሌ ካገቡ ወንዱም ቤተሰቦቹ ጠልቶ ነው ወደ እሷ ነው የሚጠጋ፣ እሷም ደግሞ ቤተሰቦቹ ረስታ ነው ወደ እሷ ነው የሚጠጋ። እነሱ ሁለቱም አንድ አካል ነው፣ ሁለት አካል አይደለም። እነሱ አንድ ናቸው እንጂ ሁለት አይደላቸውም። ስለዚህ የእግዚአብሔር የሰጠን ስጦታ ዝም ብለን እንደተራ ነገር ማለት እኔ እንደሳቤ ፍች አልወድም። እኔ ፍች አልወድም። ፍች በጣም መጣና ማግባት ቢቀር ደስ ይለኛል። አንድ ወንድ ወድጄ
ፍች ከሚበዛ
እኔ አልቀበልም። እንደዚህ እንደሳቤ እንደራሴ ነው። እኔ አልቀበልም። የከናቱ ትዳር ተራ ነገር አይደለም፣ እግዚአብሔር ስጦታ ስለሆነ።
Okay. Again, I just want to translate this. One of the thing is she's not really keen of or accepting about divorce. But the thing is, to begin with, when there's marriage, it's a gift from Xavier. It comes from above. And when we enter to marriage, we should not take it like anything else. This is the most sacred, sacred thing. Marriage is sacred. and it should be respected as sacred. This is not just for the sake of just I got married or anything. Don't play it flagrantly. Oh, marriage and stuff like that. But marriage is a gift that comes from Xavier. Go ahead.
እና መጀመሪያ ደግሞ አንድ ሰው የሆነ አንድ ሴት አንድ ወንድ እኔ አገብቼ እፈታለሁ ካለ ምክንያት ራሱ ላይ እያመረረ እንትን ሟርት እየተናገረ ነው። ስለዚህ አልፈታም። ለምን እኔ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ካለኝ ለሱ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ሰጥቼ በቃ አከብሬ ወድጄ መኖር ነው እንጂ እሱን ፈትቼ ሌላ ወንድ ማግባት ያገባለሁ ካለ ያው ሁለተኛ ወንድ የሚመጣኝ ወደኔ የሚመጣኝ እኔ ያ ሰው መጀመሪያ የኔ ስጦታ የሆነ መጀመሪያ እሱ ፈትቼ ሌላ ወንድ የሚያገባ ከሆነ ለኔ ደስ አይለኝም።
Sister, I'm sorry, Sister Deborah, yes. Brother Ezra, let me just take a moment to, it seems like there's a lot going on in the comment section between Sam and Real Stella. And I would just like to say that we're all just here to learn, to share information and to learn from each other. You know, what we're talking about is a general topic. This is not a personal, attack or discussion. Nobody needs to be, attacking anybody. Everybody has different opinions. If you disagree with somebody, it's just a difference of opinion. It's not somebody attacking you and you shouldn't attack somebody. And I'm not saying, I'm just trying to say, let's all just be respectful of each other. I know things can get heated. I know people can disagree, but just chill. Oh, hey, I can't fire. Did you bring the fire? No, it was here earlier. But at Real Stella and at some, please just, everybody respect everybody's differences. You can be pro something or against something, but don't be against somebody or, we're just here
criticize the idea.
Yes, criticize the idea,
but
not the person. And if you disagree with somebody,
it's our model.
Yes, and if you disagree, just let it go. Not everybody has to agree with you, and you'll find a lot more people who don't. So, we're all happy you're here. But on a serious note, though, I do have to get going. So if you can all please just give you, and I know it's sort of hard to cut off in the middle of a conversation. And I do apologize, Sister Deborah. I didn't mean to, but I just don't want people to get too heated up. We want people to be passionate, but and Real Stella, thank you for being here. Sam, thank you for being here. Always appreciated. So. Yeah, let's be cool. And we'll continue this. I guess one part was not enough for this. Either we'll do a different cool topic next week, or we can continue this discussion. So in the comment section, I didn't get to all your comments. I'm sorry about that. But if you can all let me know, do you want us to continue this topic next week, or do you want us to do something completely different and probably chill? So 1, if you want to continue, and 2, if you want to do something completely different. So just put it in the comments. Thanks. Continue, Sister Deborah and Brother Ezra. Biggie, sorry.
Go ahead.
እኔ እኮ እንደ ራሴ ነው እንጂ ለምሳሌ እኔ የምፈልገው ሌላ ሰው የምፈልገ ሌላ ነው። እኔ ግን ትዳሩ ላይ ለምሳሌ ትዳር እንደ ተራማያታን ጥሩ አይደለም። አንድ ሴት አንድ ሴት አገብቶ 5 ሴት 4 ሴት 5 ሴት አንደኛ እውነተኛ ፍቅር የለም እዛ ውስጥ። ሁለተኛ ደግሞ ለልጆቹ ጥሩ አይሆንም። እነሱ ዝም ብሎ የራሳቸው ላይ መጫወት ነው እንጂ እውነተኛ ፍቅር አይመስለኝም። እኔ አንድ ወንድ ገብቼ ይፈታለሁ ካለ ለምንድን ነው የሚያገባ? ታዲያ ከፈታ መፍታት ከፈለኩ ለምንድን ነው የማያገባ? በቅራት ይሻላል። የራሴ ላይ የተጫወትኩ ማለት ነው። ያ ወንድ እኔ አንድ ወንድ ካገባው ለሱ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ሰጥቼ አከብሬ እሱ ጋራ መኖር ነው የሚፈልገው እንጂ እኔ አንድ ወንድ ካገባው ያ ፈትቼ ሌላ ወንድ የሚመጣ እኔ ጋር ምንድን ነው? ሰው ነው። ለመጀመሪያ እውነተኛ ፍቅር መስጠት ነው እንጂ አንድ ሴት ካልተመቸኝ እፈታለሁ ሌላ አገባለሁ የምለው እኔ እንደራሴ አልወስደውም።
This is in her opinion. She said when you get married, when you enter a marriage, you have to first of all you have to respect what marriage means between a man and woman, and making sure that she will sacrifice everything into loving him rather than just being divorced, because she respects this gift that comes from the above. Patient ነው ማለት ነው አይደለ? ፔሽን ያስፈልጋል ማለት ያለመቸኮል አይደለ? አንድ ጊዜ ካገባሽ በኋላ ያለመቸኮል ማለት ነው። ፍቅርን ኤስታብሊሽ ማድረግ።
አዎ መጀመሪያ እኮ መጀመሪያ በቃ አብሮ መተጋገዝ ለምሳሌ አሁኑ ሰዓቴ የሚመርጥ ብዙ ሰዎች አንዱ መልክ ይመርጣል፣ አንዱ ብር ይመርጣል፣ ሀብት ይመርጣል። ይሄ ደግሞ ትዳር ውስጥ አይሰራም። እውነተኛ ፍቅር ካለ ሀብትም ይመጣል፣ መልኩም እግዚአብሔር ስጦታ ነው። ማንም መልክ የሚቀየርና እኔ ሌላ ዛሬ እኔ እኮ ካረጀው እኮ ይሄ መልክ እኔ ላይ የሚቀም አይኖርም እኮ ነገ ሌላ መልክ ነው የሚመጣ። ስለዚህ ትዳር ውስጥ እውነተኛ ፍቅር ነው እንጂ ወይን ሀብት ወይን መልክ ወይን ደግሞ እውቀት ማየት ጥሩ አይደለም። እና ደግሞ አሁን እኔ ካገባ ወጣት ነኝ በኋላ ደግሞ 5 ዓመት ወይን ከወለድኩ 2 ልጆች ወይን አንድ ከወለድኩ መልክ መቀየር ይችላል።
No, this is actually Deborah. I think one of the thing that she says is like, yeah, you get married, and then as you mature, as you get older, things change. You know, you're getting older, you have more children now, and things are changing, and now you're still looking. If you really look into the family and having this one love that's supposed to be created between the men and women, and maintain that health. She said, looks, wealth, everything can change. And that change should not affect the marriage, the matrimony, because when you enter the marriage, you're not 2 individual people, you are one. That's one of the things that she put out, even on the earlier conversation. I missed that to translate. So regardless what, you're going to be aging, and you shouldn't be looking at the looks. You know, looks change, and everybody changes. And then you decide to go with a different woman or different man because of the looks, then you're not really in the marriage. All right. For that point, Deborah, and one thing that she said also, you don't need to marry 5 different wives and having all these children, because anyway, somebody from the children gonna be hurt. It doesn't mean everybody's gonna be happy family. And getting hurt children is something that we need to look at it or see into it from our conversation. Look at it. Thank you.
እውነተኛ ፍቅር ሰጥቶ አብሮ መኖር እንጂ 5 4 6 እስከ 15 ማግባት እኔ ለኔ ጥሩ መስለኝ።
So in conclusion, for her, the polygamy is no interest. She said, deal with the first marriage and put all your love into it and prosper with it. She doesn't believe having from 1 to 15 wives, if you may say, you know. She doesn't agree with it. So the next, from my side, you know, I'm just about to run myself. Tanzania was a great show. Everybody that's following on the comment and everything else that you did, I just see a tremendous comment. One thing that I really want to create a kind of show is Johnny Johnson and his 47 years experience and being in love with the same black woman, as he specifically put it, for 47 years. It's an honor. Really, it's great to have people that has such a experience that they can pass it on to the youth and minimize the divorce part of life. And if you can give us some of the pointers and how we can have one marriage, one love, one family, striving to be better and better every day, I think that will help us in this One Africa movement. And as you can hear it from our sister Deborah, you know, she said deal with one instead of dealing with multiple wives. It's on a positive note.
Yes.
So she's.
And on that note, and sorry to hurry for us, but on that note, I think that's a good way to start it. I asked in the comment if people want to continue with the discussion, or if they want the topic, or if they want to start a whole different one. And most people want to continue the discussion, but like Mondatezi says, yes, we should discuss this when tensions have cooled. And also somebody else says that maybe the next week, or Pi says, how about the week after next week? So maybe let's do one the week after next week so that we can just, you know, relax for a bit. And Sister Deborah is right. Let's start with the first before we start with the many. So let's start with the first. And the first is if Brother Johnson can be here next week, that would be great, because I think that already created the topic for next week. We're going to say how to start and build a strong marriage, or how to build a partnership, how men and women can work together to build a marriage, and not just, you know, outside. For me, I think the focus should be marriage. Just having relationship, that maybe that's a different topic altogether. But I think if we're talking of building a community starts with family, and family starts with marriage, you know. So let's start with a good marriage. How do we work towards, firstly, you know, encouraging, promoting marriage between young people, and what a good marriage looks like, and how to make the most out of marriage. So if anybody has, and I think we all want to, and even for people who want to get married, because there are people who are looking how to choose a good and compatible marriage partner. That's also, that's the first step, really, because nowadays, unfortunately, the burden is up to the individual to make personal choices. And this is why this is an important discussion, because even when we talk about polygamy, it's still a personal decision. And that's why we have to remember that it's always a matter of respecting somebody else's choices and opinions, even if you don't agree with it. You know, that is their life. You're not going to come and live their life for them. You're not going to come and, you know, remove the women from their homes. If that is what they chose, that is what they chose. All you can do is understand. And even if you don't understand, people are still people. So what we want to do is just create understanding and respect for each other, and friendship. You know, this is how we start. So next week we're going to talk about how to work towards marriage, whether you're in it, whether even preparing your children for it. How are you going to choose who dates your daughter or your son? When is a good time for them to start thinking about, you know, future partners? Because a lot of success, a lot of happiness in life is based on that personal decision. So yes, it's a personal decision, but it's also one that affects the community. So let's meet up next week. We have had a very good, wonderful, passionate discussion. and it's going to be very interesting. Next week is cooler temperatures, and then maybe we can work our way towards more hot topics. But thank you all for being here today. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Sam, as always. Thank you, real Stella. I hope you all come back next week. I hope you're not scared of a little fire. Thank you, Pi, 6th region. Thank you, Marie Antoinette, 2011. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnny Johnson. Thank you so much for your input, and just, yes, thank you for being here. Aboyak, thank you. Natnal, definitely, your input is always appreciated. Mondatezi, as always, and my other panelists. Only because of time I have to go, but be here tomorrow. Is tomorrow the Education Fast? I'm so sorry, but be here for the same time. SNN always has a good show. I love you all, and have a wonderful day, night. And yes, and in regards to beseeching the Almighty, we hope that our ancestors, and let us always remember them, when they watch upon us, the deity, when they see us, let's always be proud of what we are and how we treat each other. So thank you all for being here. It has been wonderful, and I pray that you all stay well, and we'll see you next week. Goodbye. Peace and blessings.